And we are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, live video over on the YouTube channel, streaming live. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Jennings producing today's show. You out there on a Tuesday, what's the word, my friends? Little Monday night football last night. Had a pretty entertaining game, if you will. Rams and Cardinals, and of course, like everything in the NFL, it just changed the week-to-week layout of the league. We have a new number one seed in the NFC as Arizona loses at home last night. They are now 3-3 at home, 7-0 on the road. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but here we are in week 15 now of the NFL. Or I'll tell you, the next 3 weeks. I mean, my gosh, this season has been just crazy. Last night's game, I thought, I have been one of the people all season long. I just can't get into Arizona. And I don't know what it is about Arizona that I'm just not ready to embrace that team. And I think you saw a little bit of it last night. Like, I don't, and even watching it last night, I still don't know if I'm sure what I don't love about Arizona, other than the fact that I just don't love their defense. I do think that offensively they can probably compete, but defensively, I don't love that team defensively. And I think you saw last night a couple of things in the game. If you go back and watch that thing over, Murray's very good. I mean, he's a playmaker. But, he had the 2 interceptions last night. He took 4 sacks, and he's a guy that, we talk about it all the time. Kyler Murray, he's small. He takes a lot of hits, and, he's, for the most part, look, he had 383 yards last night. He runs around. He's fast as can be. I mean, he's a playmaker, but in the end, I don't know if I trust Murray in the big moment. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. What is it about Arizona that you don't buy in if you're not buying into him? I mean, Hopkins, I feel like Hopkins has just been kind of like an this season, right? And I know he was hurt, but last night that play, really, I thought the big play in the game was on 4th and 2, and Hopkins literally gets hit right in the chest, and they don't convert that 4th down. And I really thought that was a big part of that game last night. It's 4th down. They go for it. They throw that pass to Hopkins on the inside slant, hits him in the chest. It goes bouncing up in the air. I actually thought Christian Kirk might come up with it, but falls incomplete. And Hopkins is walking off the field, and he's tapping himself in the chest, like, hey, that's my fault. That's my fault. It's like, no crap, it's your fault. I hit you right in the chest. He didn't have a big game. He's not having a great season this year. 42 catches on 63 targets for 572 yards. He does have 8 touchdowns, which is pretty good, but he has just not had this monster season. And I know he's been banged up, but I don't know what it is about Arizona that I just can't get into. Now, the Rams, conversely, I haven't been all that into the Rams either. I have a hard time sometimes buying into all the hype of the hype. If you remember 2 drafts ago in the NBA, I wasn't a big Zion guy. I'm not a big Zion guy. I never thought Zion was going to change a franchise. I didn't say he was going to suck. I didn't say he was going to be a bust. I just said I don't think Zion Williamson is going to be this great NBA talent, that he might statistically be a great NBA player, but I just didn't think he was going to make a team better because, you get the number 1 overall pick. You think that player is changing your franchise. He has not changed the New Orleans Pelicans franchise. LeBron James changed the Cleveland Cavaliers franchise. Joel Embiid, I know he wasn't the number 1 overall pick, but the Sixers essentially tanked to get him. Joel Embiid changed the Sixers franchise. Are they a championship team yet? They haven't been, and maybe they won't be, but he changed the franchise from a middle-of-the-road, middling 8 seed to a perennial championship caliber team. Whether they win the championship or not, that's a different story. New Orleans isn't even a playoff team with Zion Williamson. There's been a lot of number one overall picks that just haven't changed their franchises. Anthony Davis hasn't changed. He didn't change the New Orleans Pelicans. He has to be traded. Why? Because he wasn't good enough to change the franchise. Karl Anthony Towns didn't change the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's hard to change the complexion of a franchise. It really is. So I don't buy into the hype sometimes. Trevor Lawrence ain't changing the Jacksonville Jaguars franchise. Joe Burrow, he may change the Bengals. They're not there yet, but they're on the right path. I mean, for God's sakes, the Bengals in December haven't played a meaningful football game in, my God, how long? I get it, the Andy Dalton years, they were pretty good, and they won some divisions, but you never kind of bought into them as a Super Bowl contender. Maybe one of those years you were like, okay, I really believe in the Bengals, and then they Bengaled on you. But Joe Burrow, to me, he was a guy that, I don't know that he was like overhyped. He was like, hey, this guy's going to be pretty good. You know, maybe it's funny because I just went to ESPN.com before the show, and I see that Todd McShay has his first mock draft. And it's funny because the title is, if you go to ESPN.com, the main site right now, how do the Eagles use 3 picks in the top 20? The Eagles are going to be the story come draft time. How do they use their 3 picks? But if you go to the first pick in the draft, he does not have a quarterback. He does not have a quarterback at number 2 or number 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. And you know what that tells me? There's not a quarterback to take in this draft. Everybody keeps saying Kenny Pickett. That's the guy he has at number 12 going to Pittsburgh. And Kenny Pickett, I think people forget this about Kenny Pickett, by the way. You know, Kenny Pickett could have gone professional. He decided not to. He had the COVID year. He's an older guy. I mean, he really stayed in college an extra season. So he performed at a higher level as a player who is a little bit more advanced than the competition. Does that weigh in on anybody's mind when they're talking about Kenny Pickett? Now, Joe Burrow also did that. You know, Joe was a guy who was a grad student. He transferred all over the place. He was at, Ohio State. Then he ended up going to LSU, and he prospered in that last year at LSU. So it has happened before. But Kenny Pickett kind of came out of nowhere and all of a sudden became, you know, the runner-up for the Heisman. Many people think the first quarterback taken in the draft, and I haven't been buying into the hype of Kenny Pickett. There's a lot of things I just don't buy into the hype for. One right now is the Arizona Cardinals. The other one is the Los Angeles Rams. Now, last night, I thought the Rams played maybe the best game I've seen them play in the games that I've zoned in on them all season long. I thought that was the best the Rams have played, the most complete game that they've played. Because for the most part, we talk about number 1 picks and changing the franchise. Matthew Stafford never did that. For whatever reason, he got drafted by Detroit. I understand Detroit's got a lot of struggles around, but you have the number 1 overall pick. You take a quarterback who, by the way, has been pretty good. It's not like Stafford's been a bust, right? So why is that? Everybody says you got to get this quarterback. You got to have a franchise quarterback. You got to have a quarterback to be able to win. By most accounts, Matt Stafford's a pretty good quarterback. I don't think people out there, man, that Stafford's a bust. He stinks. But why wasn't he able to make the Detroit Lions a winner? Well, the team around him stinks. They haven't been able to do this, Y, and Z. But he's been pretty good. So I talk about this because of buying into the hype and what you need to do and got to get this quarterback. And I'm watching Murray last night, who was a number 1 pick, play Stafford last night, who was a number 1 pick. And I wonder, are either one of those guys the quarterback of a team that wins a Super Bowl? And what all these franchises do to try to get their quarterback, is it more important to get that quarterback and then forget about everything else? Or is it more important to get everything else and then figure out what to do at quarterback? I think there's really two different ways to go about this. Which way is the best way? And I don't know that there's any evidence that there is a best way. And that's why when I take a look at this Eagles team moving forward, I wonder, do you buy into the hype of a Kenny Pickett? Do you buy into the hype of, he's the best quarterback in the class? Well, according to this mock draft, Todd McShay, ESPN.com, he's going to be the first quarterback taken, and he's going to be on the board when the Philadelphia Eagles pick, whenever that pick comes. Now, that pick could move all over the place between now and the end of the year. They are currently, which is kind of interesting, at number 6, with the record at 6-7, they are currently, if they had a draft today, if they had the NFL draft today, I think the Eagles, did that say they had the 10th pick? I got to take a look at that. Number 10. So they would have at 6-7, they would have I guess there's a lot of teams that are right in the same boat. Oh, that's the Miami pick. But even Miami's 6-7. So they have the Eagles at number 10. They have the Eagles at number 14. And they have the Eagles at number 20. Oddly enough, Indianapolis at 7-6. They have the best record of the 3 picks that they have right now, 7-6.
And remember, part of the reason why the 10-14 is because if the season ended right now, both the Eagles and Dolphins would not be in the postseason.
Correct.
So that's part of the reason why they're in the 14 down range.
So the first couple teams, if they made the playoffs, so right now they would be where Washington picks, I would guess, right?
Yes.
So Washington, as the number 7 seed, they are currently picking 13th. So the Eagles are 14th. So if they make the playoffs, they're moving one spot. Wait a second. How's that even possible? Washington, they have picking 13th. They have Philadelphia.
7 teams that make the postseason now.
I know, but I'm saying Washington's currently one of them. And Washington, according to this mock draft, they have picking 13th.
13th?
And Philadelphia 14th. And the Philadelphia 14th pick is their own pick.
Well, then maybe it's something else that we don't know about.
This doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Unless there's something with the tiebreakers that I'm not familiar with, because I know the tiebreakers are supposed to have to do with the playoffs.
All right, you want me to give you the top 10?
I saw bits and pieces of it, but go ahead.
All right, so this is interesting because Aiden Hutchinson is now, by most people's accounts, the number 1 pick. Are you buying into that hype?
No, and I feel very comfortable saying that I don't think he will be the number 1 overall pick.
Well, it was definitively Thibodeau for a while. And then Michigan won a game against Ohio State for the first time ever in anybody's lifetime. It seems like anyway, obviously not the case. And Hutchinson had a big game in that day.
Correct.
And it feels like that game all of a sudden not only put him in the Heisman thing, but put him into the number 1 pick conversation.
Listen, right now the number 1 overall pick is held by the Lions, correct?
Correct.
So I have trouble believing the Lions are just not going to draft a quarterback.
So you think they're going to take one of these quarterbacks at number 1?
Well, we've seen it before. Guys get overdrafted all the time.
Oh, man. That would mean a guy like Pickett would go from right now in the 10th spot all the way up to number 1.
We've seen it happen before.
I know, but I'm just saying, we've seen it happen before with
Blake Bortles, Sam Darnold.
Darnold, I feel like, though, had the pedigree entering the draft. He was the 3rd pick, by the way.
Josh Allen was a top 10 pick, and before the year leading up, he was not that high.
But none of those guys went number 1.
Sure, but I mean, Joey Harrington was 2nd overall, I believe.
Yeah, Joey Harrington entering that year at Oregon, though, he was kind of a something.
Kind of.
I mean, Kenny Pickett, no one ever heard of.
I'm just saying that people overvalue quarterbacks today.
I agree with that. I mean, for them, though, to reach at number 1, I think
the Lions could trade down. I don't know.
Houston probably, that whole situation with Watson is.
We have no idea.
Just kind of, that will be hovering over the whole draft situation. So they have Hutchinson 1, Thibodeau 2.
Right. And I feel like that's basically McShay going off of his big board. Who are the best players available?
Evan Neal 3. He's the offensive tackle from Alabama.
Right. And he's a stud. I'll give him that.
Stingley, LSU, 4 to the Jets.
That's pretty much a Joe Douglas pick. I think McShay is projecting that would be a guy Joe Douglas would want in Salah's defense.
So Stingley to the Jets. The Jets, because they took the quarterback last year. So
who holds the 3rd overall pick again?
Jacksonville.
Okay.
So the first 2 teams I can see needing a quarterback.
Yes.
Jacksonville, no. The Jets, most likely not.
Right.
Then the Giants are on the board.
The Giants could go any way. Depends on if Gettleman is still the GM. It depends on if they really believe in Daniel Jones or not.
Well, he's got him taking Karlaftis, so.
Listen, I don't think he has a quarterback going in the top 10, does he?
No.
Yeah.
Purdue, 5th. Charles Cross, Mississippi State, the offensive tackle. Carolina, number 6.
I think that makes a lot of sense for Matt Rule. So that's a smart, plug and play.
Dean, the linebacker from Georgia, going to the Giants at number 7.
I mean, that guy's a stud. So, I mean, I don't think anybody would really complain about that.
I wonder if the linebacker this year is going to get overdrafted or, someone's going to jump on because of what Parsons is doing right now.
I think that's certainly a possibility.
You put Dean in that same category?
He's not the electric force of nature that Parsons is.
It's a good explanation. The electric force of nature.
But I think Dean reminds me a lot of Roquan Smith coming out of Georgia. He's a guy who's going to make every play in front of him, and you can count on him to be the leader of your defense.
Nothing I love more than mock draft season, by the way. It's my favorite thing in the world. Williams, the wide receiver from Bama, going 8. The Falcons, I can them going back down the wide receiver road
for the 3rd time.
They had Julio Jones and they went and got Ridley. I mean, they're going to try to follow that roadmap again. Hey, I got news for you, Atlanta. You need offensive line help.
They desperately need offensive line help.
They would be a trade up for offensive line candidate.
100%.
Have to be.
100%.
The Jets are on the board again at number 9. Kyle Hamilton, Notre Dame.
That's the guy I would love for the Eagles.
Right. If that happens, that would be a tough, because I think Philadelphia at 10 would be in play for him at number 10.
I feel like Hamilton would be an amazing fit in Gannon's defense under one condition. He's not a safety. I think they would make him into a linebacker.
That's interesting.
Because I think that Hamilton, I don't know if he has the quick twitch that a natural safety does. His body of work reminds me more of like a Jamal Adams type than a pure safety. And I think that in Gannon's defense, he needs electric guys in the linebacker position.
Definitely. All right, number 10, Philadelphia's on the board. Do you have a guess? Or did you see this already?
I did not see this part.
Do you have a guess?
I mean, I'm going to assume that McShay went defense because he's the kind of guy who's always trying to give the Eagles defensive players.
Well, that's smart.
Well, I'm just saying it's like his go-to move. Like if he's not for sure, he just gives the Eagles defensive player.
Okay, what's your guess?
I actually don't have a guess. Oh. I don't even know who he
Thanks
picked.
for playing.
I mean, if I was to pick somebody, you picked half the guys off the board I already would have grabbed. So
okay, well, they're not there anymore. There's other guys available who.
I mean, is Anderson from Bama draft eligible? I would say maybe him here.
I don't know that he's not drafted here in the top 20 so far, so no.
I mean, maybe the guy who plays across from Hutchinson at Michigan.
There you go.
Oh, him?
That's right.
That's who it was.
See, all you got to do is play the game, dude. Step to the line and take a shot. David Ojabo. Come on, man. I thought you would get that right off the bat. You're good at this game. You're a college football guy.
Okay, so he did go Ojabo.
Yes, he did. And
interesting.
So that would be their pick at number 10. That's the Miami pick.
Now, here's the thing with Ojabo. Ojabo was the guy that before the season, people thought was the better prospect.
This feels like the whole Hutchinson. Miami thing from last year. With Rousseau. Yeah.
With Rousseau and Phillips.
Yes. Doesn't it?
It has definitely a comparable.
Rousseau's Buffalo.
Right.
What team did Phillips go to? The Raiders?
I don't even remember, actually.
So David Ojabo.
That's how little he's done since he got drafted.
Oh, I saw Rousseau the other day get beat out for a ball by Brady. There was a ball on the ground, and Rousseau's going to jump on it. And Brady, who's 44 years old, gets on the ground first and rips it away from him, basically.
That was the low light of Rousseau's season. But Rousseau has had an amazing season.
Yeah, no, he's been very good.
But to me, Ojabo is similar to Rousseau in the fact that those were two guys who were like, they were rated a certain way before the season.
Now, I wonder how many people out there listening, first off, know who David Ojabo is, one. Number two, would be happy if they ended up with a defensive end with the 10th
A
pick
defensive
overall.
end from Michigan, too.
Right. Well, Brandon Graham.
People didn't like Brandon Graham at first.
That's right. Raiders 11, DeMarvin Leal from Texas A&M.
See, I think that's so high for him. I feel like that's where the draft starts really reaching.
Pittsburgh, number 12, Kenny Pickett.
I mean, that's just so predictable. The guy went to Pitt. He's going to go to the Steelers. It's they're making up for the Marino mishap years ago.
You know what, though? They need to get a quarterback finally. They have tried to get guys, and I'll give them credit because they have tried to get guys in like the third round. They don't wait until the sixth round and hope that guy, they took Mason Rudolph kind of early. They
Sure.
went out and got Haskins as a guy who was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
But they have just never been able to get anytime Ben Roethlisberger has gotten hurt. Their backup situation has been a disaster his whole career.
Yeah, the best backup they had his entire career was Charlie Batch.
40-18, the Eagles are with the backup quarterback. I'd love to see what Pittsburgh's record is when
probably the opposite.
Roethlisberger doesn't play.
It's probably the opposite.
So he's got Pickett 12, Matt Corral 13.
Who's 13?
I just said that. Oh,
No,
Washington.
What team? Okay, I mean, that's interesting because that's the Scott Turner offense. I could see Corral making the jump from Kiffin to Turner's offense in terms of like the style of play. I would be curious to see how Corral does in Washington because of the fact that Washington loves the dump off pass. They love to get the ball into the hands.
Well, part of they
of
like
their
the dump off
playmakers.
pass is because they got dump off quarterbacks.
But also they have dump off players.
That's true.
Antonio Gibson, J.D. McKissick, Curtis Samuel, Terry McLaurin. Corral was a guy who loved to push the ball down the field a little bit at Ole Miss. So you have to wonder how that transition would work.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So the Eagles would be on the clock next at number 14,
Ooh.
according to this, where they stand right now. We'll go through that. I got some other thoughts on this draft. Got some thoughts on week 15, which is coming up. I got some thoughts on week 14 that just ended. I also got some thoughts on that debacle Sixer game last night. I also got some news on Ben Simmons today. What could the Sixers be waiting for? Sourced intel from our friend Jake Fisher at Bleacher Report on what the Sixers could be waiting for in a Ben Simmons deal. I got that coming up in about 20 minutes from now. I'll go through the rest of this mock. The Eagles are on the clock next. Wait till you hear what position they have the Eagles going here. Kind of far-fetched, maybe, or maybe not. Stick around. I got that next. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And if you're watching live video on our YouTube channel, I'm your host, Mike Gill, at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Download the free mobile app in the Apple Store or Google Play, and you can listen to the show on your phone. You can message us through the app on your phone as well. If you're watching the show live on our YouTube video stream, just search 97.3 ESPN on YouTube. 609-403-0973. I'll get the Ben Simmons news coming up in about 11 minutes from now. Stick around for that. So I want to go through the rest of this mock draft. Eagles, Washington this weekend. We're at pick number 14. That's where the Eagles are. Pick number 14. So they've already gotten, at pick 10, David Ojabo from Michigan, the defensive end. Now, would you imagine that they're going to go defense again with the second of their 3 first-round picks?
I'm going to assume McShay does go defense again, and I mean, is it a linebacker or a safety?
Going linebacker.
Okay, going linebacker.
All right. Now, I kind of tease that on the other side. Like, you'll never guess what position because they haven't taken a linebacker since the 80s.
Right.
But in this mock draft, pick number 14, they're going to Utah, baby. Devin Lloyd, the linebacker, and I don't know. I mean, the last time the Eagles took a linebacker.
Well, he's a guy a lot of people like. He's a guy that a lot of, like, the draft analysts and people, they love him because of his work ethic, and he's a grinder.
I like a player that comes from Utah. They are typically, like, really hardworking guys. They're not like these 5-star top college recruits.
Kyle Whittingham is the coach of Utah, and he takes guys and turns 3-star guys into 4-star guys and 4-star guys into borderline 5-star guys because he maximizes players' abilities out there.
I like that. I mean, if they went linebacker at 14, I would imagine most people would say, all right, you finally went in the first round and got a linebacker. Like, I think people would be accepting of that.
And I think he's a guy that could make sense. For example, if your theory is next year your linebackers are at least Davion Taylor and TJ Edwards, he's a guy that can do a little bit of what both of those guys do. So you kind of mix and match him with both of them.
Yeah. Ahmed Gardner goes to Minnesota, number 15.
Okay. I think that sounds like they're assuming Mike Zimmer is still the head coach.
Yep. Tyler Linderbaum goes 16 to Cincinnati. Now, the fact that it's the Bengals, I would applaud this pick because I don't love taking a center at number 16.
But because
the Bengals need an offensive lineman.
They do. They desperately do. And I feel like this is one of those picks where McShay is saying, look, we all know what they need. So I'm just going to give them what they need for the sake of this draft.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Linderbaum is not an outrageous first-round pick here. He's going to go in the first round. You just don't see a safety in the first round all that much.
He is certainly a stud. I don't think that can be undersold.
Yeah. 17, Malik Willis, Denver.
Now, that sounds like they're assuming that George Patton, who is the new GM of the Broncos this season, he can't get a quarterback via trade. Because there's a lot of assumptions out there that he wants to get a veteran quarterback. But if he can't get the veteran quarterback, does he go out and get a younger quarterback and then bring in a guy like a Bridgewater again for a year gap?
Now, I'm not sure what Bridgewater. Oh, he's a free agent after this season. Yes. So that's essentially saying they're ready to move on from him. And, of course, they still have
the Rodgers attachment.
Lock.
A lock.
Yeah.
Drew Lock. Yeah, but they're not. Apparently, Patton is not thrilled with him.
Obviously, he can't get on the field over Teddy Bridgewater, who's just been average.
Well, that and also the fact that you know how these GMs are. They want their own coach. They want their own quarterback.
All right, 18, Cleveland, Drew London. It's funny because they just traded a wide receiver, and now they need another one.
I mean, London is a guy who runs good routes. His hands are sometimes questioned at times, but it's a good pick. I don't think it's a bad pick.
This one's interesting because I really haven't seen his name mentioned in the first round at all. And that's Ritter from Cincinnati, Desmond Ritter, the quarterback.
To me, this is the biggest reach I've heard. I think Ritter is not an NFL quarterback.
So going in the first round would be a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, to
I
me,
would agree. I don't love Ritter I don't think he's I would say if I drafted him, it's in the 5th or 6th round.
Ritter's accuracy is trash.
Whoa.
He is not an accurate quarterback. It is the biggest problem I have with him. There are so many times that he throws balls and you're like, what was that? He makes the Donovan McNabb throwing into the ground look like an NFL throw. Like, that's how inaccurate this guy can be at times. And I think that they are grading him based on his leadership qualities over his physical ability. And in the NFL, if you don't have the physical tools, it doesn't matter how great of a leader you are. You know, what makes Jalen Hurts great isn't just that he's a leader, he's that he can make throws. You know, Hurts' arm, to me, is 5 times better than Ritter's is.
Well, I would agree that this would be a stretch. That this would be a big time reach in that spot, that you're going to take Ritter and New Orleans. Now, the problem is New Orleans, what are they going to do with Winston? He's got a torn ACL. You paid Taysom Hill all this money.
Stupid amount of money.
Do you want him to be the quarterback for what you're paying him? I don't know.
Honestly, if you're paying Taysom Hill that much money, just go do what you did last week for however long you want to do it.
All right.
Like, just run basically a variant of the triple option offense.
Next up at number 20 is Philadelphia.
I feel like this is where McShay would probably go back to offense, right?
Yep.
Is it a lineman?
Nope.
Surprising. Is it a? I mean, I feel like I can make an argument against anything here. But is it a running back?
Nope.
Wide receiver?
Yes.
Yeah, good grief.
Garrett Wilson, Ohio State.
All right, this gets into the whole, who do you like better? Which tool set do you like better? Olave versus Wilson. They're both going to be drafted. They're both going to be good NFL players. But, you know, which skill set do you value more? Do you value the possession receiver or the explosive receiver?
Right. Well, it's obvious that Rieger isn't working.
That, and also the fact that I'm assuming that what McShay is assuming, and again, I didn't read his article, but I'm going to guess that McShay is assuming that the Eagles are looking for a guy to complement Devonta Smith.
Right. He said, let's face it, Philadelphia still needs pass catchers despite drafting Rieger and Smith the past 2 years. Obviously, they got to get someone to play across from Smith, and they don't think Rieger's the guy. You have Quez Watkins. Maybe Rieger slides into the slot, and then he can be, less dependent on, and you could just have him be your slot guy.
Or maybe just alternate between Rieger and Watkins in the slot.
That's what I'm saying. You move him into the slot. Watkins, I mentioned, you have Watkins. You could put Watkins and Rieger in the slot, and then you would have a play. Like the problem is, you have 3 first-round picks. You really need help on defense, but you almost have to assume. You almost have to say, if there's a wide receiver that will help us, that we have to think about him.
Also, right here is probably best player on the board kind of situation. It's one of those things where, the conversation we had a couple of weeks ago about the whole situation with Rieger, remember, was the Eagles got away from their board, right? The Eagles diverted away from what their board said they should do. So this is a situation where maybe they say, all right, we divert away from the board 2 years ago. Last year, we stuck with the board and we nailed every single pick, right? They nailed Smith, they nailed Dickerson, they nailed Williams. Well, if you are at that pick and you see that a guy like Garrett Wilson is available and you don't pick him, that's bad too.
Mm-hmm. So after this, you got 2 offensive linemen. Roger McCreary, I like him a lot from Auburn. So I would consider taking him with that 20th pick at corner and playing him across from Slay.
I would love to see the Eagles get a corner in this draft. I feel like they missed out on the collection of corners last year. So I would love to see them walk away with a corner this year. There's just not an elite guy like there was last year. There's a lot of very good guys.
Sam Howell, 25, Detroit. He was projected to be the number 1 overall pick for a while here.
And to me, I've said this multiple times, he feels a lot like Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as guys graduated and they left the program, he started playing dicey.
Andrew Booth, 26 to Tennessee. Trayvon Walker to Dallas. That would be a big pick for Dallas to get another defensive end.
Trayvon Walker would be a very big pick for them because, one, it would take pressure off of them needing Lawrence and Gregory as much because Walker is more of a durable guy than those two guys are at this point in their careers. And I think that he's a guy that they could go to Lawrence and Gregory like, look, we're going to rotate you with this guy, and you guys don't need to be out there, 80% of the snaps. We can cut you back down to 70.
Now, 28, Green Bay, Chris Olave. How funny would this be if they finally draft a wide receiver and Aaron Rodgers leaves?
Well, there's one rumor out there that apparently Rodgers could stay one more year.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it would be apropos that if they drafted a wideout and he ends up taking off.
Chris Olave would be should be the most coveted fantasy football player if drafted by the Packers. Olave in the Packers offense would be dynamite.
All right. What about Dotson? Penn State going to Kansas City at pick 29.
Then he would also be a fantasy stud. Are you serious? Dotson to Kansas City?
Well, they basically have him as like a guy to kind of take over for Tyreek Hill.
I mean, first of all, what people don't realize is that Dotson is a better athlete than Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill has crazy, stupid speed, but Dotson does things physically along with being fast that are incredible. Like he catches balls at the peak of his jump that I don't know a lot of NFL guys can do if they work their entire life at it.
All right, Elam to Arizona. After watching that game last night, they need Elam.
I like Elam a lot.
Treylon Burks, New England.
That sounds like a New England pick.
Wide receiver, Arkansas, for the people out there.
An Arkansas wide receiver sounds like a Bill Belichick pick.
And then last would be
he's a bad player, but I'm just saying.
Cameron Thomas, defensive end, San Diego State. Tampa Bay. He's been sent, assuming Tampa Bay wins the Super Bowl. Obviously, these draft slots are just what it is this week right now. So a lot of things can change. But I always love mock draft season. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a fun conversation.
It's not bowl season. It's mock draft season. And the Eagles, with 3 picks this year, they are going to be in the mix in probably going to have, I would imagine they end up with 3 picks in the top 20.
Are you sure they keep all 3 picks, though?
Well, no. Rob Motti was on our show last week, and he said an executive told him that he could see the Eagles trying to move to get multiple picks in next year's draft.
Could they move up and get multiple picks next year?
I would imagine that there's a way that they can move up to get the one guy they covet in return. Hey, we'll take 2 of your, a pick for next year or something.
Maybe
they could take 2 picks. They could do 2 picks this year and then get an extra pick in next year's draft. Instead of getting 3 this year, they get 4 over a 2-year span.
I mean, that's similar to what the Packers did a couple of years ago. Remember the Saints gave up all those assets to go up and get Marcus Davenport, and the Packers walked away with all those picks? Howie could do the same thing.
Well, you get 4 over 2 years, you're in a good spot.
Hey, man, if you could guarantee you walk out of this draft with Kyle Hamilton, I think that'd make a lot of Eagle fans happy.
Sports Bash brought to you by your Delaware Valley Acura dealers. For great deals on Acura's award-winning lineup, shop online at DelValAcuraDealers.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Sourced intel on Ben Simmons and what the Sixers might be waiting on. That's next. Don't go away. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Plus, we are streaming live video on our YouTube channel. Go to 97.3 ESPN on YouTube. 247 Sports Bash. It's brought to you by the 2022 Hercules Tires MAC Basketball Championships, heading to Atlantic City's Boardwalk Hall March 8th through the 12th. Visit boardwalkhall.com for tickets and info. So we told you yesterday Ben Simmons is the hottest name on the trade market. But what could the Sixers really be thinking? Source intel tells Jake Fisher, our buddy over at Bleacher Report, been on the show a bunch of times. We talked to him about a lot of the Sixer stuff, and he's got a very interesting scenario that plays out. The annual December 15th buzzer, he says, is tomorrow, which means the possibility of Ben Simmons finally being traded could actually happen. He lists the Lakers, Celtics, Nets, Pacers, and, quote, many others that are interested in Simmons' services. But he says that the Philadelphia 76ers may actually be waiting on something, not named Dame Lillard, not named Bradley Beal, but he believes that James Harden is actually the guy that they are waiting for. And he says the possibility of landing Harden has quietly hung over the Simmons dynamic all along. Philadelphia nearly shipped Simmons to Houston for Harden back in January, an outcome Harden was known around the league to have welcomed. If a strong enough deal for Simmons never comes Philadelphia's way this season, there have been ongoing whispers about free agency, sign and trade for Simmons that would allow Harden to join forces with Embiid and rejoin Daryl Morey. Keep in mind, James Harden declined a contract extension with Brooklyn earlier this season and would certainly become a key target for the Sixers if he were to reach the open market next summer. So a sign and trade deal could be the ending to the Ben Simmons saga. Although, what does that mean? It means Ben Simmons might be here for the full season. And I know a lot of people out there probably don't like that possibility. 609-403-0973. We'll talk to Michael Cassidy-Blomain about this coming up at 3:20 today, 3:25. You know, that deal, though, and Josh and I were talking about this before the show. Here's the thing. That deal may be the only deal to Morey that makes any sense because he's not finding a deal right now that he likes. And I know I heard you last night saying, look, they can't waste a prime year of Joel Embiid. My argument would be, I agree with you. Here's the problem. Daryl Morey might say, I can't waste a prime year of Joel Embiid, but me just trading Ben Simmons for some jamoke doesn't mean I'm helping his prime year. It just means I'm getting a different player to play with him that's not going to help him win a championship.
Sure. And I think that, first of all, I just want to say that I think the James Harden thing has legs for a variety of reasons. I just don't know if I'm ready to buy in, for me, into the idea that they're going to hold Ben Simmons as the piece to get him in the summer, because of the fact that I think that the Sixers can still find a desperate team. And just because there are certain names out there currently not available, i.e. Lillard and Bradley Beal, doesn't mean that you're going to get Andrew Lang, Jeff Hornacek, and Tim Perry in return.
No, and this article does say, look, if he can't get what he wants, that this is really looming over that possibility that, hey, if there's not it says, if a strong enough deal for Simmons never comes Philadelphia's way this season,
right,
that this is something that Morey could have his eye on.
And I think it's a very fair conversation to have, because Daryl Morey is not a guy who trades, flowers for trash. You know what I mean? He does not have a history of getting suckered into deals.
No. And he also has a history of being very intricate and finding 3 and 4 team deals to really suffice many people. I think you were talking about it last night, is when you talk about the Harden trade, hey, when you talk about blockbuster trades, you normally can mention this guy got traded for this guy, and this guy. the Harden deal, I don't think anybody knows who went where and why, because there were so many different players
and so many moving parts
and so many different moving parts in that deal.
It's
And
like
that
the
was,
Iguodala Bynum trade years ago.
well, this was all orchestrated by Morey, who said, we'll take him, you get him, you get, and all four of us end up with something that we really want.
Right. Like I said last night, to me, the one of the biggest winners of the deal was the Cavs. The Cavs got Jared Allen. Jared Allen's a stud, man. Can you imagine how many teams would love to have that guy?
Yeah, Jared Allen, well, he was kind of an underutilized player with the Nets. Now,
Right.
the Nets, look, they're very good, but they're missing a Jared Allen.
Right. They're missing a big man in the middle that protects the rim, gets them rebounds, helps start the fast break.
In the piece by Jake Fisher over at Bleacher Report, he says that he doesn't think that the Harden for Simmons deal makes sense for Brooklyn, especially with Kyrie Irving situation. But it says Brooklyn appears eager to upgrade its roster ahead of the trade deadline and Harden's impending free agency. It's clear that the Nets are not the juggernaut title favorites that enter training camp. I don't know. And isn't it crazy to say they have Kyrie, who's not playing, Durant, and Harden, and they're questioning whether or not they're the favorite?
It goes back to the conversation that we always have is what's more important? Is it 3 stars? Is it 2 stars and a good supporting cast?
Their supporting cast stinks. That's their problem.
Well, part of the problem is that their supporting cast is a bunch of, you just call them jamokes.
Well, they went out and got Patty Mills. They got Joe Harris. I mean, they do have a couple decent players.
Joe Harris has been injured half the year. Patty Mills is not the young Patty Mills used to be. When did LaMarcus Aldridge become a three-point shooter? I don't know when that happened, but
right, they got Aldridge, they got Blake Griffin. I mean, this is a team that is just stacked with a bunch of names, but it's obvious that they are not a team that people are fearing.
No, and I think that when you look at the Eastern Conference right now, I think the two teams that should be feared the most are the defending champs Milwaukee and the team in South Beach, Miami, because they both have something that the others don't, which is a supporting cast that can step up when they need them
to. Fisher does confirm that the Lakers have interest in Ben Simmons, as The Athletic reported. He said, though, that really the Sixers have no interest in adding a player like Russell Westbrook.
Nor should they.
The other guy that he does say Philadelphia has interest in is Jaylen Brown. And he says, to be clear, Boston's front office has yet to entertain the notion of splitting Brown and Tatum up. But I don't know. It seems like something's not right there. We'll see. Michael Kasky-Blomain in about 25 minutes. Stick around for that. We'll get into the Ben Simmons stuff. On the other side, Jeff Nadeau. I don't know how many people out there watched him at Rough and Rowdy the other night. We'll talk about it with him coming up next. All right, hour two, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. What's going on, everybody? We've got you here on a Tuesday afternoon. Jeff Nadeau is back. The fight is over. He is here. He seems to be all in one piece. Seems to be in a pleasant mood as well. It's good to see you, Jeff Nadeau. And, of course, congratulations on everything that happened in the fight the other night. I don't know that it went exactly the way you went. You didn't win the fight. You didn't lose the fight. I mean, you lost the fight in terms of the judgment. But in your own mind, how did you do?
Well, I was definitely disappointed in the effort that I gave. I really kind of went away from what we worked on. But, Gabe Portnoy told me this, and it was very true. Until you do that, the adrenaline, you won't really ever understand it, especially with the fact that 90% of the crowd hated me. I mean, it wasn't easy. It was very stressful, but I went in, I did what I had to do. The goal was obviously, I think anytime you go in there is not get knocked out. I just felt like I should have did more, and I probably could have won the fight. I thought the opponent was tired, and I should have threw some uppercuts, but it is what it is. The good thing about those fights, Mike, is that as long as you don't get bloody and knocked out, there is a winner, but it's not like we're getting paid on who wins or whatever. I got paid regardless. And, we did enough. We did what we had to do. And, I had a great time. It was a great experience.
Yeah, I mean, the experience itself. I mean, it was a spectacle. I mean, you got to kind of experience like what these fighters go through to promote a fight. And I thought you guys, like, I got to be honest with you, I've never seen a rough and rowdy. I don't know anything about it. The amount of people who were asking me if I was watching this fight, I was like, I guess we're going to watch it. We went to my buddy's house, we watched it. But I had people texting me all day. Are you watching this fight? Are you getting this fight? I mean, like, people were into this thing, man. You guys did a good job promoting now, which, of course, has driven questions to me like, well, do these guys like each other? All this kind of jazz, like, about what's going on. I said, I don't know. I mean, people think, like, I said, I've never actually met Jeff. We see each other on video twice a week. But I don't know the guy to know what his life story is. But I thought you guys did a good job of promoting it. And look, the whole event was just a spectacle, man. I mean, it was worth $30. It was an entertaining night.
Yeah, it really is. And that's the thing about Rough and Rowdy. There's always going to be something that's developed. There are certain feuds. There are certain, you had storylines in this fight where it was, two girls that fight each other. There was, a group, two guys that used to be neighbors and they hate each other. There's all sorts of things that come into this. And I was just happy to be a part of it. I met a lot of cool people, a lot of good people. I thought the event was put on and done well. And we promoted it well. From what I understand, it did really well. So, we were happy with it. And, I wish Jerry the best. He wished me the best. I wouldn't say we're friends, but we meted it out. And you know what, Mike, it worked out for me in the end, because when I came out of the ring, I was interviewed and they asked me, what do you like this weekend?
I saw that.
I gave a pick. It was an easy winner. So, I did what I do best. Maybe I'm not a pro fighter, but I gamble, and that kind of was a little cherry on the top. It was a great weekend. Everyone was super positive. And it was awesome. I can't say.
Did you get a pepperoni roll on the way out of town?
Mike, I totally forgot about that.
Come on, man.
I'll tell you, though, the food sucked in that area. I'll say that.
Well, I mean, yeah, but they're known for pepperoni rolls. That's what they do now.
Where did you say the place was again? What was it called?
Oh, in Charleston, I don't know, Charles. I've never been to Charleston. In Morgantown, I could have helped you out.
I'll tell you, though, we got there Wednesday evening, and they were playing. West Virginia was playing. What an awesome – they love their basketball down in West Virginia. That was a cool –
And they beat UConn that night.
Yeah. We went to a bar, and, it's funny that UConn happened to be the pick because West Virginia beat them a couple nights before.
Wednesday night, right.
It was all kind of connected.
Yeah, so the lead up to this fight, there's all the stuff that you're going. So you said now that you've done it one time, like now that you've done it, do you have like a interest in doing it again? Or you're like, you know what, one and done, I'm done?
Yeah, look, I don't think from a aesthetic standpoint, I don't think it was the greatest fight. But I do think now that I have done it, look, I'm going to continue training just to do it for fun. I think it's a cool way to do cardio. And yeah, I mean, there are certain people that I would like to fight. I think it'd be huge money for it if we did fight. And yeah, I think I do have an edge in whoever I fight next if they've never been in the ring. It's hard to kind of take all your, adrenaline and channel it to just 3 minutes. But yeah, I think
you're right about that, because that's the thing. Okay, watching these fights, like as I watch all of these fights with all these people who don't have any fight training, people who aren't trained fighters, you get in there and everything goes out the window because your adrenaline just says, I want to cold clock this guy. I want to knock this dude out. I want the crowd to go nuts, because you're never in that environment to feel the energy of a crowd. And when you get that, it's like, I want to do something to make this crowd go crazy. And that's when it just gets sloppy.
To be honest, Mike, though, like I didn't even see the crowd. Like I didn't even hear it. It was all like, just, I don't want to get knocked. I don't want to embarrass myself here. I want to not get knocked out. But I will say, like, one of the things that it was not talked about on the broadcast was I didn't have my trainer in there with me. They would not let him into the ring. And I wish he would have been there, because I think would have been able to get through to me in the third round. Hey, throw some uppercuts, focus here, But
I was wondering about that, because it seemed that the corner people were the same for every fight.
Yeah, there was one guy that was like kind of like when you commit a crime, you're if you don't have a lawyer, they just provide you with one. Your public defender. That's what he was. He was just kind of there. But I wish I would have had him. Just
why would they let you bring your guy?
After the fact, I found out that I didn't register him with the commission, which I never even knew about. I wish I would have known, but because I think he could have calmed me down just a little bit and said, "Hey,
sure,
listen, throw an uppercut here.
Yeah,
this guy's."
Well, you were doing a good job, like avoiding and moving. Like the stick and move. You were doing the move, not the stick. You were just kind of bobbing and weaving. And it was like, if you just slipped and banged, like he threw a punch at one point that he was so gassed that he fell and the ropes were holding him up. And I think he was just like, I'm going to lay on these ropes for as long as they'll let me.
I thought about pursuing him at that point, but like the ref was like really touching. I didn't think he'd let me kind of pursue him, but yeah, it woulda, coulda, shoulda. You see things after the fact, and next time it'll be different. Plus, like as you said, it's not really boxing. It's just like fighting, brawling.
Well, they don't want you to go in there and box. They don't want you to give like jab, move, stick, and move. They want you throwing haymakers.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, but I got to imagine now they gave him a full walk-in. He had like a whole crew, music. They had all sorts of stuff going on. You came out by yourself, and I couldn't even hear your music.
Yeah, look, it was super loud in there.
It was. That was one thing I would say in the future. It was hard to hear stuff because during the fights, they're playing music as you're fighting, it sounds like, right?
They are. Yeah, I heard a couple tracks while I was fighting. Yeah, but, and another thing, like, it's such a short fight, like 3 minutes. Like, if I'd have had 5 minutes, I'd have won. Like, it just.
Right, you were saying you thought your cardio was better. That dude was gassed.
Yeah, I was definitely tired by the end, but, like, with a minute break, I could have just gotten up and won again. So, like, I don't think I was at the point where I couldn't continue. Like it was better than his, I thought.
Well, it was an entertaining $30 that we spent.
And not for nothing, Mike. I didn't get hurt at all. Like I didn't.
No, I don't think he really connected. Like I would say the amount of talk beforehand, then you would have won because he talked a lot more, but he didn't really back up as much.
And that's why I didn't talk because like I knew for me, like I'm not a professional fighter, Mike. Like if I have to defend myself, I'll do what I have to do, and I'll use anything I can get to defend myself. But like I'm not a professional. I'm not going to throw out these dumb things that I can't back up because I think when you don't do it, you just can kind of pleasantly surprise people, and I think that's what I did, and it worked for me.
All right. So, is any opportunities come up after this? Anybody want you to fight again, or? Well, I saw Dave tweet if you won the fight that you were going to have a lifetime contract at Barstool.
Yeah. Well, I haven't heard anything as far as that. I know Dave's podcast comes out tonight, so maybe we'll hear something. I don't know. Mike, I will say this, and it was pretty incredible. Saturday night, I don't drink really. I'm not a drinker, but I went out to some areas in my city here and went out. And Mike, listen to this. This is a true story. You can ask my boy that was with me. There was a line, okay, like 30 people in line. I walk up to the thing. The owner's outside. He goes, "Jeff, you're in. Walk right in." I pass the line right up. I had like 20 people come up to me, and they were like, "Oh my God, Jeff Nadeau's here." And Mike, I got to tell you, the Instagram DMs have had a few.
All right. Well, good stuff,
Now
man.
what they want from me, I don't know, but they're coming in a little bit.
Well, that was another moment of the fight. So the fight ends. You're getting interviewed afterwards. And then you throw out, what do you got? You got a pick, and then you throw out, UConn is going to kick the crap out of, that's not the language you use, but out of St. Bonaventure. And I would love to know where the money went on that game. Do you have any idea?
Well, I actually, for the next 14 hours, I was trending on Twitter, my last name. So I noticed when I played it and when I looked at the line, it was 3.5 when I was originally in the room looking at it. By, game day, it was 4. Did I have any influence on that? I mean, Dave bet it. Big Cat bet it. Probably.
I should have bet it. I wasn't. By the next day, I forgot. I was.
I think it was one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm going to just bet that right now because I just heard it. Right.
Hey, so there was a time in the fight, dude. Were you aware that the feed went out early?
Yeah, I heard about that actually.
Yeah.
I didn't watch much of the fight, and I'm actually going to go to the next Rough and Rowdy just as a spectator because
Where is it?
It's in Tennessee, and yeah, I heard the fight went out for a period of time, but I honestly spent a lot of the time by myself because everyone that was with me was out watching the fights, and I was just like, I was antsy, I was ready to go, so
I got to imagine the period of waiting is got to be the worst, where you're just waiting and waiting and waiting to come out.
Friday in general was pretty agonizing. It was one of the longest days I've ever had. And Mike, it was incredible. In Goodfellas, when at the end, when Henry Hill says that he can't even get a decent meal, it's egg noodles and ketchup. So Friday night, it was like 6:00, and my trainer says to me, he goes, "You got to eat something." I said, "Jesus, I don't even have time. I don't know what I'm going to do." I called this local pizzeria and I ordered spaghetti and just meat sauce. I need some pasta, salad a little bit. It was like egg noodles and ketchup, Mike. It was terrible. And it took forever. It was the longest day I've ever had.
Yeah, West Virginia. I'm not going to recommend a whole heck of a lot. I don't know Charleston area that well. I mean, Morgantown, it's a college town, so you're getting, some stuff. Although Charleston's the capital. I mean, there's got to be something going on. I just don't know.
They actually had a decent breakfast spot. That was
all right. Well, Rough and Rowdy was fun. We got it at my buddy's house. I know my cousin got it. A guy work here had it. I had about 4 or 5 other people because when the fight went out, people were texting me, "Hey, you have a problem with your feed?" I said, "Yeah, apparently," because my cousin told me. He said, "Oh, Portnoy tweeted that they knew about it, and I guess we missed like one fight or something because he said the crowd was restless."
It was quite the operation they have there, though. I mean, there was a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of people involved. They obviously moved their whole operation for one night to another area, and it was just a wild experience. A wild experience.
I don't know. I'd never seen one before, but I was entertained. It was definitely worth it. I would definitely. For a Friday night, you're sitting in the house. That's that.
Especially like during the winter where it's like there's not really going on anyway. It's a Friday night,
I would imagine
get your money's worth.
The WWE would call that one dude, man, big bad voodoo daddy.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. He actually. This is a funny story. This was at the weigh-in. He came up to me and was like confronting me, and he's like, "Bro, I heard you talking about me on Twitter." I'm like. Yeah, I said one thing. I said I thought Bobby Lang would beat you, and Bobby Lang will beat you in Tennessee the next time you fight. He goes, "Well, yeah, but I said, listen, man, I don't think the stuff you say I don't agree with. Like you talk about people's wives and stuff." He's like, "Yeah, I get that. That's fair." But he actually got kicked out of the arena for his behavior. Like
he got kicked out?
Yeah, supposedly he like hit somebody in the crowd or something. I don't know. But he's a showman. I'll give him that.
Oh man, just
he's going to get paid next fight, Mike. The fight in February.
Do those other guys get paid? The randos?
Everybody gets paid on some level, even the prelim people. Like the first fight of the night got paid. Now, as you get closer to the main event, it gets higher. Like the girls made out. That guy, the big booty guy, he'll make out next fight because he's going to fight Bobby Lang, who is the most popular Rough and Rowdy fighter. He's never lost. Beat Pac-Man Jones. He's beaten people. He lays people out. he'll get paid for that fight. That'll be the headliner probably of the next time.
All right. Well, I would say if you don't have any idea what we're talking about, just go on Twitter and search "Hungry Hungry Hippos," and you'll get a little insight on that.
It was
guy.
a great interview.
That was the line of the night. The Hungry Hungry Hippos. I've never heard that before. My God,
he always attacks the crowd. He always calls them like hillbillies, and also, it's funny.
It was great. So, all right, couple quick things while we're having a good conversation here. Reading this article today. Now, tomorrow is December 15th. That's the day that all these extra players can be traded in the NBA. Up to 84% of the players can be traded. Right now, only 65% of players. But there's a report that basically says Ben Simmons is the hottest name on the trade market. Up to 7 teams and more have interest. But this article today is saying that basically Morey is waiting until the offseason to try to do a sign and trade for James Harden. Would you be on board for holding Simmons the whole year and waiting till the offseason, or would you rather see Morey do something this season?
Well, look, I've always contended that I love James Harden. I would love it for James Harden to be here. Yeah, because look, Mike, I've said to you before, basketball, at least from a professional level in this town, to me means nothing. I don't watch it. I don't care. I have no interest in them until they move on from Ben Simmons. And look, the truth of the matter is, I don't think they're very good until they get a guard in here that wants to play and can play. This is a throwaway year to me, and I think that's become abundantly clear with this team. As far as the NBA is concerned, you look at last night. I mean, prime example from the Sixers get absolutely worked by the Memphis Grizzlies.
Well, they did play without Embiid and Curry.
But again, like that's where they are. They, if they don't have Embiid, they will get absolutely destroyed. And even with Embiid, they
did beat the Warriors Saturday night. You might have missed
it. Yeah, and they held, is Steph Curry ever going to hit this record? I mean, it's been like 4 games. I've
got a lot of pressure on him right now.
Yeah, he does. But they seem steadfast in what they're going to do with Ben Simmons, and I'm done trying to hope that they do something. Look, Buddy Hield's out there. Do you want Buddy Hield? I'll wait for James Harden. I don't mind throwing it away. If it means Ben Simmons will go away and James Harden will come in to pair with Joel Embiid.
Don't you think if they get like a Buddy Hield, the repetitiveness of him and Curry?
Yeah, and again, I don't think he doesn't make you a championship caliber team. Adding James Harden to go along with some really good defensive players that you have and Embiid.
Yeah.
Plus, any draft picks that you make or whatever, that's all helpful. So, yeah, I would be fine with it because, again, I don't care about basketball right now in this town as far as professionals. And, I've admitted this has been a mess with Simmons anyway. So, yeah, if it's going to give me James Harden back, I'm good with it.
So that's a possibility out there. All right, now, Friday night, you gave the winner of the century. UConn is going to kick the crap out of St. Bonaventure. Is there anything on Jeff Nadeau's radar for tonight or this week?
Well, I'll say this, Mike. If let's pretend you're Roan and you're interviewing me after the fight and you're asking me what I would play tonight if I had $100 laying around, yes, I would play Memphis +4 against Alabama. This is one of those games where you're going to have to, grab your what God gave you and say, you know what, I'm just going to do it. It's not going to be easy. Memphis is a very tough team to back right now. They've got a lot of issues going on within the program. They turn the ball over more than pretty much anyone in America, but this number just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Alabama is the talk of college basketball right now. They can't lose. They're doing everything right, and they're a 3.5-point favorite against Memphis. Just doesn't make a lot of sense. I think Memphis rallies tonight at home, and I think they somehow beat Alabama.
All right, there you go. Memphis +4 against Alabama. Jeff Nadeau. At Jeff Nadeau, check out the Sit Down. That's his podcast. And we will college basketball season after the new year. We might have some news for you for Jeff and where he might be. All right.
Anything I can do to help, Mike. You're one of my favorite people. Thanks for having me on, and thanks for caring about Rough and Rowdy. I know a lot of people do. You're one of the only people that I've talked to this about, so good to talk to you as always.
Well, I tell you, I didn't have a lot of knowledge and background, and then, a lot of people who listen to this show were, interested in it and said, hey, you're going to watch it? And I was like, I'll support Jeff. I'll watch the fight, And, it's funny because I had no idea. Like, we're on the pay-per-view services, and I'm trying to go through the TV. I'm like, where do you buy this thing? I didn't realize that they do it all on their own platform. That place, he's got some smarts, that guy.
Well, yeah, he actually bought the company. Like, so the guy that runs it still runs it, the original owner of it. It's been around for like 20 years, and he bought it from him. They still run the actual event, and Barstool is kind of the money behind it.
Jeez.
That guy's a rich man now. He's making money, but
that's got to be a money machine, that thing.
Yeah, it really is. And
I mean, because they're not paying a pay-per-view provider to do it for them.
Right. They're doing their own thing. As it gets more and more popular, it's going to be – listen, Mike, if Rico Bosco and I ever fight, it would rival like a pay-per-view event, like a real boxing pay-per-view or a UFC pay-per-view. It would do tons of money.
Think that's going to happen?
I
think the possibility. The first time you guys have ever been in the same room?
Yeah, he attacked me at the fight.
I saw that.
That was the first time I'd ever seen him in real life. Yes.
Wow.
But yeah, I think it's getting there. I mean, you never know. The money is sometimes too much, and I think someone could walk away with $1 million with that fight. So yeah, we'll see.
All right. Well, there's
a wild world we live in, Mike. And when I walked out of that ring, I said that exact thing to one of the security people. I said, "What a world we're living in here, aren't we?"
Jeff Nadeau headlined a boxing match. That is wild, man. All right, well, good stuff, man. It was definitely worth a Friday night.
Well, listen, I need an Eagles win on Sunday. I'll be there, and I need an Eagles win.
Yeah, we'll discuss that a little deeper on Thursday. All right.
Thanks, Mike.
Be good, man. Jeff Nadeau at Jeff Nadeau on Twitter, and he'll be back on Thursday. We'll talk a little bit about the college basketball picks for the week, the weekend, all that good stuff. That was definitely a spectacle to be had, but it was fun. It was definitely. I'd tell you right now. I'd tell him, hey, that wasn't worth my time. I was thoroughly entertained. Not only his fight, but I thought, when you watch a boxing match, like a real boxing pay-per-view. You got you guys box. Sometimes they're feeling each other out. There's not a lot of action. This is just nonstop action. They're 1-minute rounds. They're throwing haymakers, man. Sports Bash is brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. The Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. Download the free mobile app in the Apple Store or Google Play. Coming up, Michael Kasky-Blomain. All right, how possible is it tomorrow that the Sixers move on from Ben Simmons now that 85% of players can be traded? Find out next here on the Sports Bash. All right, 329 on the Sports Bash. Michael Kasky-Blomain covers the NBA and the Sixers for CBS Sports. Brought to you by East Coast Roofing, Siding, Windows, serving all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up online, eastcoastroofing.com. I'm Mike Gill. Michael Kasky-Blomain joins me right now with a lot going on. Tomorrow, as many people know, that's the day that the NBA trades can really kind of get off the ground because 85% of players in the NBA can be traded. Currently, only 65% of players in the NBA can be traded. MKB, what's going on, man?
What's up, Mike? How you doing?
All is good. Now, tomorrow is not the trade deadline, but it really opens up the trade season, and a lot of people have kind of targeted this day as a day that the Sixers can really kind of open up conversations. Do you anticipate, it sounds like there's a lot of smoke around this team all of a sudden, that Ben Simmons' name is becoming a very popular name in the trade talks?
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, Mike, I think, the Sixers front office, as with most front offices around the league, we're really waiting for tomorrow, December 15th, before, really getting into some legitimate trade talks about Simmons and other players like that, because as you said, about an extra 20% of the players around the league's landscape can be, will become eligible to be traded tomorrow. And it's, it's not a thing where I think you expect to see deals materialize immediately tomorrow. But it's basically tomorrow's the unofficial start of trade season, which will run through the deadline in February 10th. So, you've got basically about 2 months between tomorrow and the trade deadline for the Sixers to make a move. And I would expect them to, be very busy, obviously, working the phones over those 2 months.
It was reported at The Athletic that Simmons is the hottest name in the trade market right now. I guess that's good news for Philadelphia. Some of the teams that were mentioned, the Lakers, the Knicks, the T-Wolves, the Celtics, the Pacers, I might be forget Timberwolves, Blazers. A lot of them didn't make a lot of sense to me, though. It seems like if this is going to get done with those teams, you might need 3 and 4 team type of deals.
Yeah, which is why I think tomorrow is such an important day, Mike, not even specifically because there's, a player that becomes available that the Sixers might want to target specifically, but more so it just opens up the flexibility for, like you said, 2, 3, maybe even potentially 4 team trades to get involved, to get, the Sixers what they're looking for, because they've still kept that extremely high asking price for Ben Simmons. A lot of the teams you mentioned, they have interest in Simmons, but do they have a package, or could they put together a package that would be enticing enough for the Sixers, who are maintaining that they still want to get, a top 25 player back in exchange for Ben. And some of the names we're hearing of players that they're not interested in, whether that's CJ McCollum, Jeremy Grant, DeJounte Murray, Malcolm Brogdon, those are all very solid players. And the fact that the Sixers aren't, at this point interested in them should tell you how high they're maintaining the asking price for Simmons.
What do you think about Murray? I think I saw you tweet about him the other day. I got somebody texted me about him. He was a guy at the beginning of the year. I might have said, nah, probably not interested. I think his play this year may have opened up my eyes a little bit more to say I may be more interested in him.
Yeah, Murray's a guy that I'm a little bit salty about being mentioned, just because I've been high on him since college. I always thought he was going to translate really well professionally. And I remember specifically sitting at the 2016 NBA draft. I was actually sitting directly next to Jake Fisher from Bleacher Report, and it was the Sixers were on the clock. And I said to him at the time, and I tweeted it, I was like, this DeJounte Murray is available right now. It would be, a great pick for the Sixers late in the first round. They went with Timothy Luwawu-Cabarrot at that spot instead, who's obviously not still on the team. So, Murray's a guy that I think always, to me, looked like he would pair really well with Joel Embiid, on the floor. And I think the Sixers could potentially do worse than, a guy that's averaging 18 points and 8 assists this season for Simmons. Obviously, I think they're going to wait and see. But at the end of the day, if Murray and some other pieces is the return, I think it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for Philadelphia.
All right, you brought up Jake Fisher and you brought up Fitz. Today, Jake Fisher said the Sixers could be waiting for an off-season sign and trade for James Harden. Does that sound like a pie in the sky, something that makes sense? How do you take that, into consideration?
Yeah, I'm sure it's something that they're considering, Mike. Obviously, that interest in Harden has remained ever since Morey came over last year, and there was trade talks about potentially moving Ben for James at that point. The interest within the Sixers is still there, and the sign-in trade obviously would make sense from Harden's perspective, because then he could still get, the max money that he's able to get from Brooklyn and, transfer that contract over to Philadelphia. We haven't heard anything from the Harden perspective of things that that's something he's interested in doing. Everything seems to me that he would, if I'm James Harden and I'm playing alongside Kevin Durant, who looks to be, probably the best player in the league right now on a perennial contender, I'm probably not leaving. But, it's a possibility and definitely something I think there is still interest in the Sixers, especially if they don't find a trade partner before the deadline this season.
All right. Where do you they beat the Warriors Saturday night. Now, last night they're shorthanded, obviously, and they get waxed in that game against Memphis. So you watch the game Saturday night and say, oh, man, hey, they don't have Ben Simmons, and yet they go toe-to-toe. In fact, they beat probably the best team in the league. Then last night, they're missing Embiid, they're missing Curry, and they get waxed. So, it's really hard to take that into account. But so many people are watching them play the Warriors and saying, look, you can't waste Embiid. So where do you stand now as we have 30-some games in to say they got to do something, I don't care what it is, or do you hold on to Simmons if you don't get the right deal?
I think you hold on to him up until the trade deadline at this point, Mike. That's pretty much where I've been leaning over the course of the season. I do think the patient approach will pay off in terms of the players that could become available over the next couple months. I don't think that you can, if you really are trying to maximize Joel Embiid's prime, and we see how good he's playing out there despite, various issues and whatnot. When he's out there, to me, they're a team that could contend with anyone, which we saw, against Golden State on Saturday. And then when he's not out there, they're susceptible to lose to anyone, including a Grizzlies team without their best player, like we saw last night. So to me, the league this year in the East specifically, it's not super deep and super top heavy. I think with some added pieces around the core that the Sixers already have, which is kind of a bonus about Simmons not playing now. This team is, we get to see how they look, and, to execute a trade, you won't have to subtract, any of the players that are out on the court currently. So if you surround Joel and Seth and Tyrese and Tobias and these guys with some added talent this season, I think they have a chance to, contend in the East again, potentially give the Bucks or the Nets their run for their money in a series. If you don't make that move, to me, the Sixers ceiling is just where it was last year. Maybe they could win a first round series because Joel is that good, but otherwise they're not going anywhere. And if your stated goal is to maximize Joel's short, window of a prime, I think you got to pull the trigger by the trade deadline this season.
I want to get your opinion real quick on a couple of things that are happening. The Blazers situation. Lillard has preached that he does not want to leave. They're getting a new GM. Then reports say they don't like the demeanor of Chauncey Billups out there. McCollum's hurt. How do you read what the Blazers are going to do now that December 15th is going to be here?
Yeah, obviously Portland's been a real popular team that's been brought up with the Sixers and the Simmons situation all year, Mike, but I just don't see it shaking out where these two teams make a straight up deal. Potentially maybe like we were talking about, they get a third team involved and some things happen. But the Sixers just aren't interested in bringing back C.J. McCollum as the centerpiece for a trade. And, by all indications, unless the Blazers come out specifically and say that they're not going to extend Damian Lillard moving forward, he's been out every chance he gets saying that he wants to be part of the solution in Portland. He's not trying to run from when things get difficult. He wants to play his career there. So, if the Sixers aren't getting Dame back in a trade, which seems unlikely at this point, and McCollum's not going to get it done, I just don't see how those two teams come to an agreement where something happens unless, like I said, a third team kind of gets involved there.
Okay. What is your take on the Kyrie Irving situation and how this is where it stands now, where it could go? Do they want to trade him? What's the deal?
Yeah, they're definitely open to trading him, Mike. And, you can't blame them. He's a guy that they're not getting, obviously, any value from. It's similar to the Simmons situation. And if you watch the Nets play, they're at the top of the East right now, but Durant is just forced to do so much, honestly, on both ends of the floor. He's their best defender. They've been surprisingly good on the defensive end this year, and a lot of it is because of him, his size, his versatility. And then on offense, they're expecting him to go out and score 30 points a game. So just like the Sixers, I think, would like to bring in some additional help to help Joel out. I think the Nets would be remiss not to do the same thing around Joel around Durant and Harden this season. So I think that Kyrie is definitely on the trade block. If, they find an offer that they like, maybe. But in terms of on paper with the Sixers, I think he would make a lot of sense. For me, the pause would come, with is his head in the right place? Some of the off-court distractions that he's kind of brought to the Nets over the past 2 years would be a bit of a concern for me. But on paper, from a basketball perspective, if you're talking a Simmons and a Kyrie swap, I think that could technically work for both teams pretty well.
Some of the teams that were mentioned, the Lakers, the Sixers would have no match there, right?
Nah, not unless, if they included LeBron, Anthony Davis, or Westbrook in the trade, but obviously you don't expect that to happen. So I don't see how the Lakers could get a trade done unless obviously they roped in another team into the fold.
Okay. The Pacers. You got LeVert. You've got Sabonis. Do you have interest in any of those guys?
The Pacers are an interesting team, Mike, because from what I've heard, is pretty much their whole roster is, technically available in a trade talk, and a combination of a guy like LeVert and a Malcolm Brogdon on paper to me would fit in really well with what Philadelphia has right now. It gives you obviously some added depth in the perimeter. LeVert's a guy that can score. Brogdon is a typical point guard that could, get good shots for the guys around him. Maybe that's a type of offer that if we're getting closer to the deadline and they haven't gotten that top 25 player offer that they've been hoping for, maybe they go back and reconsider a deal based around, a LeVert and a Brogdon and some picks. I think like I said, kind of about the DeJounte Murray thing, I think you could do worse, but for the time being, they're holding out for obviously a higher return.
Yeah, that Pacers team is very interesting. Minnesota, that's another team. We keep hearing them. The ownership group, they're getting new owners. They want to do something crazy big out there. Do you think they're a real player?
Yeah, I do think they're a real player, Mike. They do have some pieces. Some of the reports came out that they were interested in Simmons, but they weren't interested in trading, obviously, Towns, Edwards, D'Angelo Russell. If that is continued to be their stance, I don't think they're going to reach a trade. But if they're willing to throw in, maybe a D'Angelo Russell, obviously, I don't think they would move Anthony Edwards. But if he somehow became available, I think they have some pieces that would be intriguing to the Sixers if they're willing to pull the trigger. And like you said, they have a new ownership group. They're kind of on the upswing a little bit this season, and they could be looking to shake things up. So I think there'll definitely be at least conversations between those two teams up until February.
Okay. Cleveland's another interesting team. I mean, this is a young team. They certainly are fun to watch. They got some interesting pieces. Do you find Cleveland to be a match?
I don't think so, and especially once Colin Sexton went down with an injury for the season earlier this year. Not that I think he definitely would have been a return, but I think he is a guy that maybe the Sixers would have considered bringing back as part of a package, and now he's out, likely for the rest of the season. So even trading for him wouldn't help the Sixers in the short term. So I just don't see, I don't think they're part with Garland or Mobley and their young pieces. It doesn't seem like they have a guy that would really, move the needle for the Sixers front office.
Michael Kasky, Blomain, CBS Sports, at The Real Mike KB. What about the Knicks? I mean, the Knicks, to me, I look at that roster and I say, I don't think there's a match there for Philadelphia either. Are you surprised they've been connected?
Yeah, I was pretty surprised. Not necessarily surprised in their interest in Simmons, given the Tom Thibodeau's inclination toward a defensive team and what Simmons can bring to that end of the floor. But their roster to me is kind of a mismatch of parts. They signed some guys on the cheap this offseason. Obviously, their big signing was Julius Randle a couple of years ago. But yeah, they don't have to me the parts that would get it done, which is what makes tomorrow so interesting. Like all these teams that have interest that we're saying, they can't do it. If they could figure out a way to bring in, a third team and bring the Sixers a really big return, you never know at that point.
Not for Ben Simmons, obviously, but they want to trade Kevin Knox. Would you have any interest in trying to get him? I feel like they just never given him a shot.
Yeah, well, that's the tough part, Mike. I do think he has potential, but if you trade and bring him into Philly, is he going to be able to, realize that potential on a team that has a rotation pretty much already established? I feel like he hasn't, really got to develop into the player that he could be, and I don't think Philly's the best situation for that development to occur when you have a team, that wants to contend.
I guess most of the teams have been discussed. Now, you wrote over at CBS about all the players that now become available. To any of the guys who have not been available that now are available, do any of them say, all right, this makes sense, this guy's now available, I could see them, making a call there?
Not really, Mike, because if you look at that list of names, a lot of it is, role player type players, right. salary filler type guys. There's not one particular guy that I think the Sixers were waiting for December 15th to be like, oh my God, he's available now. And even some of the bigger guys that do become available tomorrow, you don't see, like Kyle Lowry is going to become available, Kawhi Leonard, obviously, who's injured, a couple of these guys that signed this summer, but you don't see the team that they're on having any inclination to move them. So to me, like I said, I think tomorrow's more just about the fact that the salary of some of these guys can now finally be included to widen the pool of potential trades, as opposed to, one guy that's all of a sudden we're going to be like, oh, now he's available, let's make this move.
Well, if you want to look at all the players that are now eligible to be traded starting tomorrow, follow Michael at The Real Mike KB. Check it out over at CBSSports.com. The Sixers get walloped last night. I mean, that game was laughable. Memphis just absolutely tattooed them. They're off until Wednesday. They'll play the Heat, and then a back-to-back on Thursday with the Nets. They got the Pelicans. You think Zion's done this year?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually said that a few weeks ago. At this point, I just don't know why you would bring him back when they really don't have a shot of making the playoffs.
That whole story, man. Now, I wasn't a big Zion guy coming out of college. I didn't think he'd be a bust. I just never thought he was going to be a franchise changer. Did they keep him? Did they try to move him? Did they just say, look, it's not working here? What happens with his future?
No, I mean, I think they definitely got to keep him. What you saw last year from him was the potential, of a franchise guy when he was out there. He looked, dominant, a great scorer from the paint. I think obviously the main issue with him since the draft has been his physical shape and his weight and things like that. And clearly it's still an issue. So, at this point, I think you got to bring him back, obviously, and try to get him in shape and see what you have there. But to me, I think David Griffin should be on the hot seat in New Orleans. Their roster is just garbage, and I feel like they haven't done a good job of maximizing or surrounding him and Brandon Ingram with really any talent for that team to contend.
Let me ask you this real fast. You're at most of the Sixers games. They're going to start, you're going to have to show proof of vaccination to go to a Sixers game as a fan. Forget all that right now. Do you think the NBA is looking down a big problem with COVID in the new year?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we already saw the Bulls had a couple games postponed this week for the first time this season, and more players seem to be getting placed in the protocol. I think they have a pretty good template of how to handle it. Obviously, Mike, after what they had to go through last year with so many games being postponed. So I don't think it's going to get to the point that it was last year where there was, seemed to be a game postponed every night, every week almost. But I do think, obviously, over the next few weeks, it's going to be an issue where, maybe we'll see some more postponements, more players missing time, which, isn't great for the product, but hopefully they can get through it like they did last season.
All right. He's Michael Caskey-Blomane. Tuesdays, we talk a little hoops right here on the Sports Bash Live. Sixers tomorrow. They take on the Heat, and you can hear that game here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, MKB, I'll talk to you soon, pal.
All right, thanks, Mike. Take it easy.
Michael Caskey-Blomane covers the 76ers and the NBA for CBS Sports, and he joined me here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Follow me on Twitter, at Mike Gill Show. Coming up next hour, football at 4. DeCecco's here today. Who's in? Who's out? Got my 14 NFL playoff teams. Tuesday with Thompson with the PT. Rob Motti tonight. We'll talk a little NFL. Week 14's in the books. Week 15 is here. By the way, the Eagles will get Kevin Kugler, Mark Sanchez on the call for Fox on Fox NFL Sunday. The Eagles have won 6 of 8 against Washington, 3 of the last 4 at the Link, and they are 33-21 against Washington since Jeff Lurie bought the team. It's the highest winning percentage versus NFC East and any NFC East opponent in that span, which I'm kind of surprised by because they dominated the Giants there for a while. But the Eagles have beaten the Washington football team more than any other team since Jeff Lurie bought the team inside the division. Well, guess what? They're going to have to beat them twice in the next 4 weeks to get this thing done and make the playoffs. And guess what? Let's get in the playoffs, baby. Let's have a little playoff season here in Philadelphia. We need it. We need it back because we just did the mock draft. They got 3 picks. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, and streaming live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. 3:53 on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I want to remind you that Friday I'll be live at the FanDuel Sportsbook inside Bally's Atlantic City. You can stop out and see the show live on location. We'll be there on Friday. I'm Mike Gill. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget you can watch live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. We've got you live each and every day. Now, over at 97.3ESPN.com, we've got the latest Todd McShay mock draft up. Eagles with 3 picks there. Josh also has 4 names not named Ben Simmons that could be traded by the 76ers starting tomorrow now that the trade names. Like, this date doesn't seem like it has been a big deal in the past because the Sixers really haven't been involved. But if you remember, the year that they traded was happened before.
Remember the fact that, remember the fan was yelling up at Elton Brand?
I was at that game.
Hey, Elton, make a deal. I got you.
Right? Do something.
He's like, got you.
Yep, and he did. And then that was the same year they went out and got Tobias Harris.
That's right.
Tobias was terrible last night. He had 12. We talk about efficiency, and his points per game are about the same. He scored 12 points last night, but he took 12 shots to get 12 points last night.
This is his worst three-point shooting since the 2013-2014 season.
You know what the biggest problem with Tobias Harris is? He's just not a great athlete. You know what I mean? Like, he's just not, he's not quick. He's not fast.
Right.
He doesn't have a great handle.
Doesn't have the burst.
He's a good basketball player. He just doesn't have that special. He's not a great athlete, so he can't get by you.
Right.
And he gets a shot blocked a lot because he's not fast enough to kind of get that separation. When you watch him, I think that's the biggest thing, is that he's just not a superior athlete. And that's a shame because he is a good player. Like, he's got good skill. He's, he can shoot. He's got good length, but he's just not a great athlete. I think that's one of the biggest problems with him. All right, what's coming up? Football at 4, of course. It's here on the Sports Bash Live. Often imitate it, never duplicate it. People try, they just fail. It's football at 4. We do it next here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it is brought to you locally by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destinations all season long. Wild Wild West, Tropicana, Harrah's Resort, Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. I'm Mike Gill. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. This is Football at 4. Andrew DeCecco is on the phones. If you're watching the live video on our YouTube channel, you'll see Andrew's picture up on the screen as we are set to give you another edition of Football at 4, Week 14. Andrew is in the books. Let's start with that as get your thoughts on the Dallas and Washington game. And, that game kind of puts Dallas, obviously, in the big-time driver's seat here. What did you learn from Washington on Sunday after the way that game went with Dallas?
That's a team that, they're certainly beatable, and you don't know if that was just an off week for them. But I think they're a team that can turn it on at any point, given what they have to work with offensively. And obviously their defensive line is always going to keep them in the game. But Dallas is clearly proven to be the elite team of the NFC East. They're going to sit atop the rankings, and it's really going to be interesting, Mike, to see what happens here over the next couple of weeks, particularly with the Eagles and obviously the Washington football team. We'll see what happens with Taylor Heineke, his status this week. I think that he might end up playing, so we'll have to see how that goes. But it should be a fairly even matchup, I would think, going into Sunday.
Yeah, let's take a little bit. We'll go a little deeper on the matchups on Thursday when Andrew's back. But we take a look now. You've got Washington in the spot at 6 and 7. They are the 7th seed. But there are 5 teams that are all 6 and 7, and you have 2 teams that are 5 and 8 with Seattle and Carolina. So I guess you would say there are 7 teams still in the mix for one spot in this NFC playoff field. How important is the winner of the Washington-Philadelphia game in this playoff race? Is this a must-have for both of these teams? Can they make it up the second time they play? Or do you think the team that wins on Sunday, or that one of these 2 teams, the one that wins on Sunday, is still in the race and the other team is out?
I think the Eagles need to take care of business on Sunday and not necessarily look to down the road. When you have you have a team like Washington that you're up against and vying for a playoff spot, you have to go in there as a game-by-game basis and know that you need to win to stay alive. And I think that's the mentality both teams need to have going into this week. And it is of the utmost importance for both teams to come out of Sunday with a win. So it's going to make it a very tough sledding, Mike, whoever's the loser of this game. So it is very important.
All right. To do so, let's take a look at what has to happen here because 14 weeks in, I'm not sure what we know and don't know. Here's what I think I know, Andrew. I think I know what the Eagles do well on offense. They run the ball well. I'm not sure that that's who they want to be, but I think that's what they do well. I don't know what they want to be on defense. So let's start with that. What do they and what should they be on defense?
Well, it's tough. It's tough to really gauge what they could be or what they should be, because you don't know what Jonathan Gannon really had in mind when he took the role. And I think he's sort of figuring out his personnel as the season goes, and it'll be interesting to see how he chooses to overhaul that to his vision over the offseason. But I think right now, given what they have, you've invested a ton in your defensive line. You also have a secondary that I think has underperformed, but they're competent, right? There's a veteran secondary that you can win with. And I think that they need to have a little bit more responsibility on their plates. I think you need to see a little bit more blitzing, a little bit more of a physical element to Jonathan Gannon. And I think he's proven that he can do that. He just has not been consistent enough in doing that, always attacking these weaker offensive lines and sort of sitting back and being passive against some of the better quarterbacks or some of the more stout offensive lines. But I think down the stretch here, you're facing a couple of offensive lines that aren't particularly stout or strong or capable. So I think you need to, in order to, keep your offense in it that's been really inconsistent, I think you need to pressure these quarterbacks, force them into a mistake, and maybe steal a possession or two defensively as a result. I think that needs to be the approach moving forward.
All right. On the offensive side of the ball, would you agree that that's who they should be? Do you anticipate that they're going to stick with that over these last 4 weeks? That you agree that they should be a run-first team. And do you think that they will stick with that pattern these last 4 games?
Well, it's proven to be a winning formula for them, and they're able to churn out first downs, and the offense looks far more rhythmic when they take to the running game than when they were sitting back there and asking Jalen Hurts or to stand back there and 35 and throw the ball 35, 40 times a game. I don't know that that's the offense that they're ready for right now. They also don't have the skill players to really execute that type of offensive mentality. But what I will say is, I think that they are going to stick to the running game, control the clock, really minimize what the opposition is able to do offensively by keeping them on the sideline. Really just play that ball control style of offense, especially when you're playing these divisional games where I do anticipate all of them being somewhat closely contested, because you know how those games go with the NFC East. So I think it's going to be a ground and pound type of approach for this final stretch here. And I mean, look, if the Eagles had it, if it was an ideal situation, the Eagles want to be a passing team, but they're not ready for that right now. They're not built for that right now. So this is really what you're probably going to see coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not to say this team should turn into Navy by any stretch. I mean, they do have to kind of right. They do have to get their passing game going. But if somebody says, like, Andrew, how did they get their passing game? What do you want to see from their passing game?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot more tight end usage. I think the middle of the field needs to be utilized far more than it has been. You have a tight end in Dallas Goedert that proved, granted it was against the Jets, but you saw the type of mismatches that he's able to create and how teams need to account for him. And I think that he's a guy that when you don't have a lot of size, the skill players at the skill positions, he's someone that you can move around and who'll command a lot of attention and therefore will occupy a lot of coverage and free things up for his teammates. So I think he needs to be I also think that they need to utilize the running backs in the passing game. You have a guy like Kenny Gainwell, who I think should see his production ramp up here, and Devontae Smith. You got to find ways to get him the football. I think that there's been too many times where he sort of disappears, and it's not because he's not getting open. It's because of the way the game is going. Quarterbacks aren't seeing him. There's plays that are being left on the field. I think he needs to be a more consistent presence in the offense, and that's really going to be the recipe for success.
I like the tight end, getting him involved. I like you started with that as well. Obviously, Smith, I'd like to see him getting going a little bit more over these last 4 weeks here. But to do so, you're going to have to obviously get some sort of production, you would think, from Watkins, Rieger, somebody on that other side to make a play here or there. It's almost incumbent that somebody like that is going to have to make a play in one of these games for them to, pull off a win. You can't expect Smith and Goddard every single week to do something for you. So Watkins, Rieger, one of those guys. What about that offensive line up front? I'd like to get your thoughts on if Brandon Brooks is back. Do you anticipate he slips right back in at right guard? And if he's playing at the same level, how much better can this offensive line be over the last 4 games?
If Brandon Brooks is healthy, absolutely. I can see him being a plug-and-play option. It's a set-it-and-forget-it, no-brainer move there. And the offensive line's already playing well. They have a cohesiveness to their unit right now. They're driving guys off the ball and just dominating. And I think that adding a player of Brandon Brooks' caliber into that mix is going to really ascend them to probably you can make a case for the top 2, top 3 offensive lines in football right at the right time. And I think that this is where you're going to see them lean on the running game and drive guys off the ball. And, obviously when you see the weather get cold like this, the Eagles have a good formula right now for winning football. Now it's about execution, paying attention to details, and taking a one game at a time approach. Because when you overlook guys like it did against the Giants, you saw what happens. And you come out, you don't look focused, you're committing errors, and you're giving the game away to a team that's vastly inferior.
Yeah, there's no question. You can't stumble at this stage of the season. You can't have that off week. And it's very well, Andrew, that we might look back at that Giant game and say that was the one that really did them in. I mean, at this stage of the season, that late, when you have a bad loss this late in the season, sometimes they do play a factor, and that Giant one might be the one that does it. To not have that happen against Washington, what's the best way to attack that Washington team to make sure that they don't have that, type of game. Because the tricky part for me with this game is Washington's got a really good defense.
Yeah, they do. So I think what you need to do is, and I think what happened in the Giants game is they didn't really commit to the run early and later on they did, but I think that there was missed opportunities early. They need to stay with it, commit to it. Yeah, it might be tough sledding early on, but you have to just keep going because eventually one's going to pop. You're going to have a healthy trio of running backs, play to their strengths, shuffle them in and out, do these short passes, the check down game, and get Dallas Goedert involved because the second level for Washington, if you're going to exploit an area, they're very slow-footed, and I think they can be taken advantage of, particularly vertically. So what happens is I think Dallas Goedert needs to be a key cog in the game plan this week, and I think that if they're able to do that and come out strong and focused and have that keen attention to detail, they'll be able to come out on top against Washington.
Okay, this team is really predicated on getting pressure, right? I mean, that's what they really want to do. They don't like to blitz all that much. They've gotten lit up by the upper tier quarterbacks. They're going to face Tyler Heineke this week, Daniel Jones next week, Dak Prescott in the final week, Heineke again, obviously, in a couple of weeks here. So does John Gannon go after these guys?
These are the type of opponents that you've seen Jonathan Gannon be a little bit more aggressive against. Quarterbacks that aren't necessarily fleet-footed and you can they're prone to turnovers or, things that can sort of shift momentum. And I think that you're going to see an influx of pressure being applied to these quarterbacks. Maybe not so much at Dak Prescott, but I think for, Daniel Jones, and you're going to see that against Taylor Heineke. And that's really what they need to do because they can't just sit back there and get picked apart in the short to intermediate areas of the field because he'll just march his way down the field. And we've seen what quarterbacks can do. You even saw Zach Wilson have success doing that for at least the first half of the game a couple of weeks ago. So you got to be aggressive. You can't take your foot off the gas.
I'm very interested to see John Gannon's defense. I think to me, that is the biggest unknown, Andrew, about this team and who they are and what, is what kind of defense am I going to get from week to week? That to me is the biggest kind of, conundrum over these last 4 weeks of what is John Gannon's defense going to be? Because, if you just told me, hey, in the games against the average teams, which let's be honest, most of their schedule has been average teams, they've handled themselves pretty well. It's the games that they've played up in competition that they've really struggled. And at least 3 of these games, you're playing average to bad teams. So I don't know. Do you go into saying I can count on this defense this week?
Oh, I think recent history has shown that you can't just go in there and sort of hang your hat on the defense and have full confidence that they're going to be able to confidently execute the game plan and keep the Eagles in this game. I think that, like you said, it's been very turbulent, their production week to week, and you don't really know what kind of game they're going to turn in. So I think that on paper, Mike, it looks like they're going to, as we've seen, he's a little bit more aggressive against these quarterbacks that aren't necessarily upper echelon. And I think you could see a turnover or two this week. So, I mean, I think that you can. I think that they're going to have success this week. But if this season has taught me anything, just never go into it with any sort of assumption because that's when you get fooled. So I think that they have the pieces to be successful against that offense, but we're going to have to see what his approach looks like coming out of the bye.
That's for sure. A lot of fool's gold week to week in this league, as we know. And let's take a look at Washington's losses, too. I mean, you take a look at Chase Young's out. Sweat didn't play. They've got COVID issues. They got injury issues there. This is this week, too, where you can't overlook the fact that they're banged up and you're coming off the bye. I mean, that's stuff like that. Sometimes it's like almost overconfidence kind of, siphons into the equation here. And you're like, this team doesn't have the room of error to be able to have overconfidence at this stage of the season.
Right. And when the Eagles have fallen flat, is that they come in there, you get the perception that they're having that, this is going to be a breeze, and they're having this working against them. They don't have that. They're, in this case, the Washington football team's depleted due to COVID reasons. You have to go in there, like I said, even keel. The score is even. You have to just assume that the game's a must win, which it is, and go in there and execute the game plan and do not at any time take your foot off the gas, which has been a problem for the Eagles in the second half of games when they have gotten the lead. You saw that even in the Jets game, and it just makes it so much easier for offenses to claw their way back. And I think that if there's anything that I can nitpick for Nick Sirianni, who has made who's shown tremendous growth the second half of the season, it's, continue, don't get complacent, and, keep your foot on the gas pedal at all times. And, you can't just cruise to victory.
Yeah, that's for sure. This is, and look, the Washington football team, it's usually Dallas, Dallas week, and you got the Giants, that rivalry, because they're so close. Washington's like the third one in the East that kind of gets pushed aside, but I feel like there's been so many disappointing losses against Washington in the past that, the game that got Chip Kelly fired, that was a Saturday where Washington beat the Eagles there. They've had chances to make playoff games where, they've had these mediocre years, and Washington seems to always get in the way. But this Washington team, they won the division last year. They won 4 in a row before they finally lost that game against Dallas. Right now, you got Washington, Minnesota, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and New Orleans. They're all 6-7. Of that group, who is the best team on paper?
Probably Minnesota, I would say, with a veteran quarterback, top-end receivers, good running game, decent defense. I think that they have the components to make a late-season surge here. I don't know that any of those teams, Mike, are going to be very effective in the playoffs. But if you're asking me to pick out of the bunch, I would probably say the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, that team, man, Andrew, they are so Jekyll. They beat Green Bay. They lose to Detroit. I mean, they are so hard. All these teams, though. And that's what makes this such a – I mean, you have 5 teams all 6-7. I mean, to me, it's – I don't know if that's good, bad, parity, mediocrity, what it is. But there are 5 teams right now all tied with the same exact record. The Vikings own the tiebreaker over Philadelphia based on common wins. The next tiebreaker, they're tied, which is conference record. I think the next tiebreaker, that is strength of victory. And there's a scenario that could get to that, and Minnesota would have that over Philadelphia. So it makes these games every single week. You cannot slip up at this point because the tie-breaking scenarios come into play here. Let me get Washington's offense in your mind. Is this a challenging type of offense for Philly's defense?
I've seen offenses that don't have a whole lot going on give the Eagles defense trouble this year, and randomly. So they have some pieces there, and Antonio Gibson and do-it-all running back that can catch the ball and get out to get on the sideline, break a long play, and J.D. McKissick. The offensive line's nothing special. The defensive line should be able to have their way. We'll see what happens with McLaurin. I'm not sure what the latest is on him, but he's a game breaker that can dominate at any point. So, I mean, they do have – and Taylor Heineke, to me, is a quarterback that plays within the system and takes what defenses gives him. He doesn't necessarily – he's not going to win the game, but he's not necessarily going to lose the game either. He's sort of like a steady Eddie type guy as a placeholder until they find someone else. But I think that the fact that the running game is clicking, and it sort of alleviates some of the pressure on him. And they do have some guys that can give the Eagles some trouble. So we're going to have to see what Jonathan Gannon has schemed up coming out of the bye.
I feel like, who was it for years? Who was the slot guy they had for years that used to
Jamison
Crowder. He's with the Jets now. I feel like he killed them every single time they played. That's now turned into McLaurin, McKissick, those guys, these little slot scat guys. Not McLaurin's obviously more better than a slot, guy, but
before that it was Santana Moss.
Yep. I feel like there's always some guy who has his best, game against the Eagles, and you're like, what? This guy doesn't do anything all year. McKissick's the name, Antonio Gibson too. They basically, I feel like, said, look, we're gonna try to run the ball, and they've done such a good job of running the ball the last couple of weeks in their win streak too. So I think that's going to be another interesting storyline of these two teams trying to run the ball against each other.
Yeah, I think Antonio Gibson is going to be a big time player in this game, and I think he commands 20 plus carries a game. He's built for that, and I think that's what you're going to see. And it's going to be, what can the Eagles defense do? Can they rise to the occasion and stop the run and really force Taylor Heineke to beat you with his arm? Or is it going to be a game where they sort of exchange blows? It's going to be, I'm not necessarily sure how this one's going to unfold because both teams have been streaky and unpredictable. But I think, to me, the X factor in this game is going to be J.D. McKissick because of his receiving element and his ability to get to that second level and create mismatches and move around formations. He's a quick twitch athlete. He's a player to watch this week.
Definitely. And, we will break down the matchups a little bit later in the week when Andrew's back on Thursday. We'll try to dive a little deeper into the matchups, what's some of the places to keep an eye on, where this game could be won. Because really, this is the big one right here. The division clinching scenario, by the way. Dallas would win the NFC East with a win, and basically a Philadelphia win this week would clinch the division for Dallas. So that would show you that Washington pulls back to the pack. And if Philly wins, they would take over Washington and pass them in the wild card spot. Big game this week. You can hear it live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, there you go. Football at 4. A lot of Eagles conversation. Week 15 starts Thursday night, and Andrew will be back on Thursday. All right, my man. We'll talk football then.
Sounds good, Mike. Talk to you Thursday.
You got it. Andrew DeCecco, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. You can check that out over at InsideTheBirds.com, wherever you listen to your podcast. And it is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And, of course, we go till 6. That's when game night. Kevin Durso previews the Flyers. They're on a 2-game win streak. He'll join Josh tonight at 6:40. So listen for that right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. I got you till 6. And don't forget, Friday, I'll be on the road at the FanDuel Sportsbook. You can come on out to the FanDuel Sportsbook Friday. Get your futures for your prop swaps, all that good stuff. We'll have a good show for you on Friday. Sal Powell, Adam Kaplan, working on some other things as well. Casey Joyner, one thought every game. All right, coming up, who's in, who's out? My 14 NFL playoff teams, they are coming up next here on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. On 429 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. It's time for who's in and who's out. These are the 14 teams that I think will make the NFL playoffs. Josh Jennings, my producer.
Howdy.
Okay, man, here we go. It's just not easy. It's shaping up a little bit. The wild cards are just impossible. Nobody knows who's going to be
the top of the league. You know what's up. It's
Do
just
we,
the
though?
rest of it.
I don't know that I know all the division winners.
You have a good idea.
The AFC, maybe. I mean, the NFC, I should say. The AFC division winners, they're still up for grabs.
That's true.
I mean,
But
seriously.
you at least know who's who. Like, at least you know who the candidates are. With the wild card, you're just like, all right, well, there's 12 scenarios that could happen here. And then you got to become like, Rain Man or something to figure it out.
All right, here we go. Who's in, who's out, and it's brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, online, BMWAtlanticCity.com. In the AFC East, I've got New England. Now, they play Buffalo coming up, but they've got a 2-game lead. I got to go New England.
I think at this point, the way they played last few weeks and the way Buffalo's played, you can't not go New England. It's just too obvious right now.
I mean, last week, I went to New England a couple of weeks ago. I didn't even want to put Buffalo in the playoffs. We'll see how they fit now with another loss. They've lost 2 in a row. The North is just bonkers right now. 8-5, 7-6, 7-6, 6-6-1. Every team in the North is still in play. The team in first is the team I feel the worst about.
Really?
Do you like Baltimore right now? They've lost 2 in a row. They look terrible.
I wouldn't say I like them, but I think that they showed a lot of resolve with Lamar Jackson going down last week. And they showed that at least they're a team with more intestinal fortitude than the Browns are. The Browns tried to give that game away.
Browns won.
Barely.
Browns play the Raiders, the Packers, the Steelers, and the Bengals.
I mean, they may only win one game the rest of the year.
Cincinnati has got Denver, Baltimore, Kansas City, and Cleveland.
2 wins at best.
All right. Pittsburgh. Tennessee, Kansas City, Cleveland, Baltimore.
2 to 3 wins.
Kansas City's going to be a factor in who wins this division.
Dude, I can't believe Kansas City was at every schedule. Like, that's nuts.
Well, they play the West.
I know, but like, who was the person who said Kansas City's going to get the AFC North in December?
Baltimore plays Green Bay on the road. No, Green Bay at home. At the Bengals, St. Louis, Pittsburgh,
St. Louis.
Los Angeles,
Los Angeles.
Rams.
I mean, the
I think
Ravens.
St. Louis was rooting against the Cardinals and the Rams last night.
Right?
Both those teams left there.
Hey, man.
All 4 of those teams' schedules are not fun. I'm going to go. I'm going to go with the team I haven't picked all year, Cleveland. It's the one team I haven't picked, I think, all year.
I am willing to bet you will change your mind on that pick next week.
Well, Cleveland's 7-6. They're the only team that doesn't play Kansas City.
Honestly, right now, the team might go with the Bengals and just hope for the best.
I mean, I like Cleveland because they play the Raiders, who I think stinks.
They beat the Raiders, yeah.
And they play the Steelers and they play the Bengals. I think they can win 3 of those games.
I think they lose to the Steelers.
They might,
and the
but
Bengals.
I think they can win 3. I think they have the 3 most winnable games. Like, of all the teams we just talked about, I think they have the best chance to win 3. I don't know that any other. I don't think that any other of those teams wins 3.
Which is the exact reason why they'll lose.
Maybe, but I think the North, the team that wins the North, I think only has 2 more wins on their schedule. All 4 of those teams, I think, only have 2 wins on their schedule. Cleveland's the only team I think that maybe I can see getting 3. So I'm going to go Cleveland. Yikes. Tennessee went and won last week. That was a little bit, I mean, they beat Jacksonville, but they're now 2 games up with 4 to play on Indianapolis.
That's right.
All right, so Tennessee plays the Steelers, the 49ers, Miami, and Houston. I see them winning maybe 2. It gets them to 11. I don't know that Indianapolis gets to 11, man.
I don't think they do. I think that Tennessee got too far of a huge lead.
Indianapolis plays New England, Arizona, the Raiders, and Jacksonville. I see them with 2.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Tennessee. I think Tennessee's going to hold on here.
I just think it's too much ground to make up.
You're right. You're right. I'm going to go back to Tennessee here.
By the way, if Tennessee gets Derrick Henry like they think they are week 17 or week 18,
huge.
What is that going to do for the playoffs? I mean,
huge.
if you're a team like, for example, let's say the Browns win the division, like you just said.
You're right.
And they go in the postseason, and it's a healthy Derrick Henry versus that.
It changes everything.
Right?
I want Tennessee to get in, though. I like Tennessee.
You like that Matt Vrabel.
I like that team.
You like that Ryan Tannehill.
I like that team. Yes. I like Tennessee. I like the organization. I've been to that stadium, you know.
You like that stadium.
It's pretty cool. It's in a cool location, I would say. The stadium's kind of whatever. They're for the Music City Bowl.
Okay, gotcha.
West Virginia. Guess who the quarterback was for Ole Miss?
What year was this?
2001.
Eli Manning.
3? Yes. He was a freshman.
That was his freshman year when he almost led the comeback?
Yes.
He was down by like 3 touchdowns, right?
No, they were down, I want to say 35-0 or something.
But he almost came back.
He almost came back and won that game.
That was the moment you were just like, oh, good grief.
I got Kansas City in the West, but this game this Thursday night is the game. Keep in mind, LA is just a game back.
That's true.
And they beat Kansas City already.
They seem to know something the rest of the league doesn't.
This game's in LA, isn't it? Not that matters.
That doesn't matter much.
If the Chargers win this game, they take over the West lead.
My question is, does this game hit the under on the over-under? Because a lot of the Thursday games have been hitting the unders lately. But these are 2 teams that can score in bunches.
Right. I'm going to stick with Kansas City here, but, I mean, if the Chargers win next week, that changes everything.
Right.
I know the Chiefs play a lot of teams in the North coming up.
Right.
The Chiefs play.
The Chiefs could sweep the AFC North and call it a night.
They play the Chargers, the Steelers, the Bengals, and the Broncos. I see them getting 3. That would get them to 12.
I see 3 too.
All right. And the Chargers play Chiefs, Texans, Broncos, Raiders. I see them getting 3.
Wow, I see them both getting 3. Literally, this game this Thursday is for all the marbles.
Well, one of my wild cards is the Chargers. I've had them in the last couple of weeks.
Smart.
Now it gets dicey. Indianapolis would be my other one.
I think that's safe.
I don't know if it is.
I think so. I think Indy gets in.
Denver has 7 wins. Cleveland has 7. Baltimore has 8. Cincy has 7. Pittsburgh is 6-6-1, and Buffalo. And Miami has 6. Miami's schedule is they play the Jets. That gets them to 7. The Saints.
Coin flip.
Titans.
That might be a loss, actually.
And the Patriots.
I think it's a 2-2 schedule.
Buffalo's got Carolina. They'll win that. New England, Atlanta, and the Jets. I think they win 3. That gets them to 10. I think Buffalo might get in.
Yeah, I think Buffalo gets those.
The only other one I want to take a look at, the teams in the South, I don't think are getting in. I mean, the North. The other team would be Denver. Denver's got
cooked.
The Bengals, the Raiders, the Chargers, and the Chiefs. No, I'm going to go Buffalo.
I think Buffalo is the safer pick at this point.
All right.
Although, if you read anything into what Sean McDermott said after the game the other day, there might be some trouble in paradise.
Possible. That stuff gets washed over quickly, though.
Sometimes
you get back in there, and let me see the Raiders' schedule just real quick. Cleveland, Denver, Indianapolis, the Chargers. Now Denver's not. I mean, Vegas ain't getting in. Buffalo, I think, is going to get to 10. Can Baltimore get 2 wins? If Baltimore can get 2, because I got Cleveland winning that. If Baltimore gets 2, then they would have 10.
Yeah, that's true.
And I don't know who wins the tiebreaker between Baltimore and Buffalo. Did they
I can
play
double
this
check.
year? Baltimore and Buffalo did not play. And then you get into all sorts of wonky stuff if they're not in the same division. What is it, common games or something?
Common games and conference games.
Yeah, the common games, it's going to take a little bit of a challenge to find that whole thing. So the AFC, you have the North is completely up for grabs. The West is really coming down to the Thursday night game this week. I think New England's a clear path to the East. I like Tennessee in the South. And the wild card, I think the Chargers are really the only wild card team that is definitively in. The current wild card standings, by the way, are Chargers are 5, Indianapolis is 6, and Buffalo is 7. That's exactly who I have picked. 8th is Cleveland, 9th is Cincinnati, 10th is Denver, 11th is the Steelers. That tie keeps the Steelers involved, and then the Raiders are 12th. Miami is 13th.
By the way, Buffalo currently holds the tiebreakers over Cleveland and Cincinnati. So if it came down to those two teams, they're out automatically.
Well, that I see because Buffalo is 7-6, Cleveland 7-6, and Cincinnati 7-6.
Baltimore has a better strength of victory than Buffalo does. That would be the 5th tiebreaker.
All right, so if Buffalo and Baltimore both end up with 10, Buffalo would be out and Baltimore would be in.
That's wild.
Jeez.
Who would have ever thought this strength of victory would be
I don't know, but I had Buffalo as the number 1 team in my Fine 5 at one point.
Yeah, they were on fire until they ran into a team called the Jags.
Jeez. All right, that's the AFC. Who's in? Who's out? We'll do the NFC side coming up next here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Who's in? Who's out? You tell me. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. All right, welcome back. 446. Time to take a look at the NFC side of things. Who's in, who's out? NFC. The NFC playoffs, as we know, it is a wild, wild mix of teams involved for the wild card. The division races in the NFC seem to be pretty clear cut. We'll do that in a second. Who's in, who's out? Brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Closer than you think online, BMWAtlanticCity.com. I'm Mike Gill. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. You can watch the show live video streaming over at our 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. So stop over there to check it out. All right, who's in the NFC East? Is going to be Dallas. That appears pretty obvious now.
Like you said earlier, the NFC teams, the divisions are pretty much set.
Yeah, Green Bay is now the number 1 seed. They will win the North.
Handily.
Tampa Bay is now the number 2 seed. They will win the South.
Pretty easily.
And in the West, Arizona is now just a game above the Rams.
The West is where it's interesting.
The Rams beat Arizona. Let's see what those two teams have down the stretch now. Arizona plays the Lions, 11, the Colts, the Cowboys, Seattle. It's a tough one.
That could be 2 or 4 wins, depending
It could be 2 or 4 wins. I was thinking the same thing. I'm going to give them 13. I'm going to give them 3.
You give them 3.
Yes.
All right. I think they beat the Cowboys, honestly.
Let's go to the Rams. The Rams are at 9. Seattle, Minnesota, Baltimore, San Francisco. They're in the same boat. They could be either 2 or 4.
Yeah, but I think they get 2 or 3, though.
Yeah,
I don't think they get the full 4.
I'm going to go Arizona in the West.
And the Rams a wild card.
The Rams would be the top wild card. That makes them the 6 seed, a 5 seed. All right. San Francisco is the current 6. They are 7-6. They play Atlanta, Tennessee, Houston, and the Rams. All right. I could see them getting max 10. I think San Francisco with 10 or 9 even would get them in.
I feel like 9 is a little more likely at this point.
All right. Then you've got this group that are all at 6 and 7. Washington, as we know, they play Philadelphia, Dallas, Philadelphia, New York. I mean, I feel like they've probably are going to get to 8. Right?
I feel like they split with Philly right now. I feel like it could be a split with Philly. And then, I mean, the other 2 games, I think we kind of know
they beat the Giants.
They're going to beat the Giants. They'll probably lose to the Cowboys.
So that's 2 and 2.
Yeah.
That gets them to 8. I have said all along, I think 8 and 9 is going to be the thing. Here's Minnesota. Chicago on the road. The Rams at home. At Green Bay. Bears again.
I feel like it's 2 wins.
That gets them to 8.
It's starting to look a little dicey here. Tiebreakers coming into play.
Atlanta at the 49ers. Home against the Lions. At Buffalo. Home against the Saints.
I feel like it might be only 1 win.
Yeah, I feel like Atlanta's feels like a 1 and 3er.
Yeah.
They got 2 road games at San Fran, at Buffalo. That's tough.
They lose both of those for sure.
And they got the Lions. I'll give them that. That gets them to 7.
And I think the Saints find a way to beat their rival in the division.
Saints. Tampa Bay.
No.
Miami. Games at New Orleans. Carolina. And then they play the Falcons.
That might only be 1 win, too. I can see Miami beating them. And they're not beating Tampa twice.
Well, you just said they're going to beat the Falcons.
Right. So that's their 1 win to me.
They got Carolina. They could win 2.
They could.
That would get them to 8.
Is that game at Carolina or New Orleans?
It's at Carolina. That gets them to 8. So right now, almost every team we have at 8.
Great.
Seattle as 5. They play the Rams, the Bears, the Lions, and the Cardinals. I could see them getting 2 more. That would get them to 7.
1 or 2. I mean, the Bears is a coin flip.
All right. And Philadelphia would be next. Philadelphia's got Washington, New York, Washington, and Dallas.
If I'm being completely objective, that's a 2-2 schedule.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel they're at 8. And 8 and 9 for all of those teams would mean Philadelphia would likely be bounced by Minnesota.
Correct.
So I think you're looking at Minnesota right now being that number 7 seed.
They're so lucky.
I mean, it is what it is. You're 8 and 9. You're not very good.
No, you're not. But at the same time, like literally that Packers game is what's carrying them. Because remember that strength of victory margin. That was their best victory.
Hey, Philadelphia had a chance to beat. No, they could beat Dallas late in the year. I wonder how that would change their strength of victory.
That's a good question. I don't have that ESPN analytic metric in front of me. So
put it this way: if Minnesota, Washington, Philly, Atlanta, New Orleans, heck, I'll throw Seattle in there. If any of those teams win 3 of 4, I think they're going to get in. Because it just feels like, look, you're a game under 500 for a reason. So you have 4 games left. If you're going 500, everybody goes 500. You're all going to be in the same spot. If somebody steps up and wins 3 of 4, that's the team that gets in.
And also, we've seen every week this year, one team that we didn't expect to win wins. So who is that team on one of these teams' schedules that, like, is one of these weeks, for example, the Bears going to just show up and punch somebody in the face? Or, is San Francisco going to lose a game they weren't supposed to lose? Or,
well, and that's the other variable. Like, this, nobody really penciled Detroit beating Minnesota a week ago, but that happened.
Right.
Those type of things. It's who is going to lose. Like Philadelphia, they had their bad loss to the Giants. You can't have another loss to the Giants at this stage of the season.
Listen, the Eagles can win the games supposed to go into the Dallas game, and they could still be hoping for a prayer at that point. So.
Yeah. Well, that's who's in on the NFC side. Dallas, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, Rams, 49ers, Minnesota. I'm trying to I think the NFC playoffs are much more compelling than the AFC.
Extremely compelling. I feel like the AFC is just like,
well, you're going to get Tennessee in there, possibly shorthanded.
Right. The Browns are just a dumpster fire. Like, the fact that they found ways to win games is just ugly.
Well, I mean, you do have...
The Ravens are one of the most injured teams in football. The Steelers, I mean, if Chase Claypool wasn't such an imbecile, maybe they would have won that game.
You got New England in there. You got Kansas City. I mean, you got the Buffalo.
I feel like the AFC is top heavy.
Kansas City's not even the same team that same like powerful team that they've been. I don't know. Well, that's who's in, who's out. I always have fun with that. This year has been the most fun because it's been so difficult. I mean, there's just no right answers, right?
Yeah. And at the end of the day, we have 2 teams in the NFL that, let's be realistic, we thought they were going to be totally different than they are right now, right? One being the Ravens, one being the 49ers.
All right, next hour, it's a Tuesday with Thompson. The PT's here. Pete Thompson, he's going to be out and about this week. He'll tell you all about where he'll be. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app, and you can watch the show live, streaming video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Check us out, live video with Pete Thompson coming up. 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. And don't forget this Friday, live FanDuel Sportsbook. This time of the year, get your futures bets in. You can prop swap those bad boys. We'll talk about some good bets to make Thursdays and Fridays here on the show. It is a Tuesday, and that means the PT's here. It's a Tuesday with Thompson. Pete Thompson is set to join us live here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And this hour is brought to you by the 2022 Hercules Tires MAC Basketball Championships heading to Atlantic City's Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall, March 18th through the 12th. Visit boardwalkhall.com for tickets and info. All right, let's bring him in. The PT is here now. He graced us with his presence yesterday for a short amount of time. He just happened to be in the neighborhood. Well, we got him for a full segment now here on the Sports Bash. Tuesday with Thompson. PT, how are you, pal?
Not bad, MG. Happy Tuesday to you, sir. I'm looking forward to that college basketball, by the way, since that's what you were just talking about. It's, what is it, Hercules Tires? What is it again?
It's the MAC Basketball Championships, PT.
Dude, I live for sponsors. Tell me the name of the sponsor, please.
The Hercules Tires.
See, I told you it was Hercules. Yes. It's not, a weakling. It's Hercules.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to that.
Who's the favorite?
Iona or Monmouth. I listen.
Okay. All right. Good job, Peter.
I pay attention.
Yeah. All right. Let's get some thoughts here. Let's get into a couple things here, PT. Let's get into a couple topics. One, Dallas beats the Washington football. Did you watch that game last week? Do you have thoughts on after seeing Washington now?
Watched quite a bit of it, and my thoughts are that it worked out the way that it should have math-wise, but a wounded animal is a dangerous animal, and, at this point in the season, I think a lot of teams are banged up. If Washington gets a little healthier, who knows what could happen with that football team coming into Lincoln Financial Field on Sunday. I just, look, I looked at it like this, that the Cowboys, are they one of the elite teams in the NFC? Not in my opinion, but they certainly look like they're on their way toward winning the division. So the appropriate team, I suppose, won. It got a little dicey at the end there, but, it all worked out the way it was supposed to work out. And now we can finally talk about the Eagles and the Washington football team.
I'm glad you said it like that. We can finally talk about the Eagles and the Washington football team because this is like the third of the three in the NFC East. No one's really like, I really hate that Washington team. It's like either Dallas. If you're an Eagles fan, it's either you hate Dallas or if you're like me, I'm more on the Giants side. The Cowboy thing to me is like the manufactured media thing. I like the proximity of the Eagles Giants. There are people that live down here that are from the north. They move down here to work at the casinos. There's a real reason why they're actually the Cowboy people. I can't get into a feud with Cowboy people. They're like make-believe. Like they don't really understand that the world actually has reasons that you are fans of football teams. So to me, it's always been Eagles Giants.
Yeah.
Others, it's been Eagles Cowboys. But there's not very many people out there that look at Eagles Washington. But did you know, Pete Thompson, that since Jeff Lurie bought the team, the Eagles have beaten Washington more times than any other team in the division?
Is that right? Including the time that, Chip Kelly debuted and Michael Vick ran all over him, right? There's a lot of times where the Eagles have been the better team. And then there's also, it just seems to me like the NFC East always flip-flops. It's very rare that you have repeat winners in the NFC East, right? And some years Washington's really, really bad, and some years they're pretty good. And, I mean, look, both teams have
even the years that Washington wins the division, it seems that they win when they're like 9-7. They don't ever seem to have a 13-3 in them.
Well, these are not the Joe Gibbs Washington Redskins for sure, and they certainly aren't. But look, I think Ron Rivera is a good coach, and I think that they're a talent. I mean, you're looking at a team here that at one point of their season had lost 4 out of 5, right? So, and then they went on a little rip, right? And their signature win is over the Buccaneers. And you're just not 100% sure what are you getting. when you beat the Raiders by 2 and you beat the Seahawks by 2 and or within 6 points of the Panthers. And, what are you getting? Are you getting a really talented team, or are you getting a banged up team? Or, they're a well-coached team, I think, but, and that's going to have a lot to do with it. And both teams are supposed to get healthier, right? But only one team's coming off the bye. But this isn't the Andy Reid Eagles, right? We can't throw that stuff out. You can't say that, traditionally after the bye next year. Nah, that's crazy.
Well, I don't know, PT. I don't
There's
know.
no stat for that.
I don't know that Washington is going to come in healthy. I mean, they got Jonathan
J.D. McKissick or Jonathan Allen?
Jonathan Allen tested positive for COVID. There's a good chance he doesn't play.
Okay.
McLaurin got whacked the other day in that game. I don't know that he's going to play.
Yeah,
Montez Sweat did not play last Sunday. They've already lost Chase Young, so this is a little bit of a wounded duck.
Very much so. And if you're going to put Heineke versus Hurts, I'm actually going to lean Hurts on that pairing of who's the better quarterback in that scenario. Neither one of them lights my world on fire, but one I think is a little more dangerous than the other one. And other than Quez Watkins, I don't think I've seen anybody else listed as out or doubtful for the Eagles. And of course, Quez is in the COVID protocol. So to me, look, all signs point toward the Eagles having a good game. That's the exact reason why I'm hesitant to say go Eagles, because just when you think you've got the Eagles figured out,
Well, and that point is definitely valid, is that we just went through all the schedules, all the scenarios for all there's 5 teams, Pete Thompson, that are tied for the 7th spot right now with a 6-7 record. We went through all their schedules, and really it feels like Washington, Philly, Minnesota, Atlanta, all of them are at best going to win 2 games. So it feels like the team that can get the upset and pull out that 3rd win, that's the team that's going to get it. Because if Philly ends up tied with Minnesota, I think they're going to be out.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And that's the thing, is that now, so you have the Eagles with only 2 wins out of the 4 games remaining? Is that
no. I'm saying it feels like, just looking at everybody's schedule. I mean, if you're being realistic here, I think 2 wins, like the Eagles in Washington probably split. The Philly beats the Giants. They lose to Dallas, maybe. The question is, can they get an upset? Can they beat Washington? Can somebody win 2 of this series? That's the big thing. The team that, if somebody wins 2 here, I think that team can get in because they can win 3 games.
Okay, I'll give you that. I mean, the other thing too, and this is the great unknown, is just exactly what that game's going to mean on Sunday, January 9th. What are the Cowboys playing for? Where are they going to be? Are they going to be already locked up in a division spot, resting their starters? Who knows?
Oh, that's definitely a part of this, is because there's a scenario this week, PT, where Dallas can clinch the division.
Mm-hmm.
If that happens, they're then playing for seeding. Well, what seed can they get 4 weeks down the line here? What seed are they still going to be in play for? Now, Arizona losing last night, that
does open up some
a little
possibilities. Bit. Yeah, Arizona's now 10-3, Tampa 10-3, right? Yeah, I can see where your math is going there.
Right. So that loss by Arizona last night pulled the number 1 seed back into play for a team like Dallas. If Arizona would have won that game last night, there's a good possibility that Dallas, winning that number 1 seed is far-fetched. I don't want to say it's highly realistic. It's less far-fetched. They're only 1 game back of Green Bay, Tampa Bay, and Arizona now. So Dallas might have to get into that last week and say, look, we got a shot to get the number 1 seed. Now, I don't know that that's going to happen, but can they move up from 4 to 2? Can they move up from 4 to 3? Does that matter to them? Well, that's going to be a question that we'll be having a conversation a couple of weeks down the line.
And Dallas is where this week? They are
Dallas.
Where they play? At the Giants.
Dallas plays the G-Men, and then they play Washington and then Arizona.
Okay. Well, no cupcakes there.
With the Giants, I think they would qualify as cupcakes.
Depends on which Giants show up. The Eagles out there playing the cupcakes, and look what they did. They self-destructed. Are you telling me that Dallas can't self-destruct again somehow?
Well, I mean, the game, Philly just, yeah, you're right. Like they self-destructed. They played an awful game. I mean, that's what happens inside the division sometimes. So, yeah, that's this time of the year. Like we're looking through the who's in, who's out. I mean, the AFC side of things, you got all these teams that have 7 wins over there. I mean, Buffalo and the entire AFC North is still, all 4 teams still can win the division.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? Can you remember a time where it's been the league has been this much? But that's what they want, right? I mean, that drives interest, that drives ratings, that drives everybody wants to think your team's in it, right? I mean, that just elevates the whole league as a whole.
I don't
right?
know. You know how it is now, Pete. How many times do people come up to you and say, I don't even want to make the playoffs. I want the draft pick.
That's stupid. I think you should always want to make the playoffs. If not the least of which, if the Eagles are trying, let's just take the Eagles as the example. If they're trying to build something, if they're truly trying to like gel, come together, form an identity, learn what their identity is, well, the better way to do that is to fight and make the playoffs rather than to just roll over and play dead. I mean, I don't, anybody that says that to me is an idiot.
This is what I would say, Pete Thompson. In basketball, I am a proponent of losing to get a better player because there's so few impact talented players in the NBA draft. You have to get that guy at number 1 or 2. Sometimes by the 3rd pick, you're out of gas. You're out of picks that are impactful. Yes, every once in a while you get lucky and find Giannis Antetokounmpo at pick 16. That is rare. In the NFL, that's different. I mean, look how many teams had the number 1 pick. And Detroit had Matthew Stafford. It didn't do anything to change their franchise. Yeah. There's so many examples of teams with the number 1 pick, and it doesn't move the needle enough in football.
But I'm so glad you brought up the number 1 pick because last night, as we were just sort of sitting here waiting for the football to come on, my girlfriend's son, Michael, said, "Oh, I came up with a trivia question for you." I said, "What do you mean you came up with it?" He's like, "Oh, I was just kind of thinking about it, so I researched a little bit." Do you know when the last time is the Eagles had the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft?
No.
And I was like the blind man searching for the light switch. I mean, I was like, please help me out here. I mean, I was really struggling. I'm like, offense or defense? Well, I can't tell you that. He's barking back at me. Believe it or not, if his facts are correct, and I don't doubt him, there's only one time in franchise history the Eagles have had the number 1 draft pick overall. Sure, they've had 2s, right? McNabb was a 2, right? Carson Wentz was a 2 overall, but the number 1 overall pick, one time, Mike Gill, and his name, Chuck Bednarik.
Huh, did not know that. It's funny because Todd McShay just did his mock draft with the Eagles having 3 number 1 picks this year. Not number 1, I mean 3
right,
first
3 in the
rounders.
first round. Yeah.
Right. So,
and where were they, by the way?
One was 10, one was 14, the other one was 20.
Think that could improve your football team too?
Yeah, I mean, and look, to me, the NFL, I talked about this like 2 weeks ago, Pete Thompson. The NFL is different from every other league. In baseball, you play the same schedule every year. In basketball, you play the same schedule every year. Not in the same dates, but you play the same teams the same amount of times. You're going to play the Lakers twice and every team out west 2 times.
Yeah.
You're going to play the teams in your division and the teams in the East.
Yeah.
The same amount of times. Baseball, same thing. Hockey, same thing. Division teams, you're going to play 8 times. Teams out west twice. Boom. The NFL changes every single year because your schedule changes you play 11 different games than you did the year before. Yeah. So you might be a 10-win team one year, and then the schedule that you get the very next year is not conducive to your roster, so you might not win 10 games. So I don't think that building a team in football for each season is the same as it is in the other sports, because you might be building a roster, and that roster might match up with your schedule. It might not match up with the 11 new teams you play the following year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you make an excellent point. And the first name that jumps to my mind was like Bobby Taylor. Remember, like the Eagles drafted Bobby Taylor specifically for a guy that was tall enough to cover who? Michael Irvin, right?
Right, but that's a division game.
Well, yes, but my point is that there's times where you're trying to find talent to match up against your divisional games, but to your point, you're not always sure who the other teams are that you're going to play.
Right.
There's more of the other games than there are the division games.
There's 11 games that you are getting essentially different from the year before. Now, sure,
Mhm.
you might get some of those games that are the same based on if they finished in a certain spot in the standings. And
Yeah,
yada,
like
yada.
it felt like they played the Bears every year for a while there and things like that. Sure, I'm with you.
Right. But for the most part, you get 11 new games, and like your roster the next year, it might be the same exact roster, but you might be like, well, why'd they win 10? Miami won 10 games last year. Well, maybe their roster was set up better for the schedule they had last year than the one they get this year. So my point in this is with the draft, if I'm Philadelphia, get the most talent you can. Don't draft a quarterback or make a drastic decision on the quarterback just to do it. There's too many examples of quarterbacks who have failed.
Good players than some great guy. Yeah,
There's too many examples of players who have failed because teams reached on them. I don't think Philadelphia needs to reach on their quarterback right now. Here's the thing. Do I have an opinion on Jalen Hurts, whether he's the guy, not the guy? Honestly, I don't. And these 4 games that he's going to play is not going to change that. Whatever he does over these 4, he might be the NFL player of the month over the next 4 games.
What if he was 17.3 passer rating in each of the next 4 games? He might not make it to game number 4 if he puts up 3 17.3 passer ratings in a row.
Sure. If he's that bad over a 4-game in a row stretch, which he has shown no evidence of doing,
True.
Then I may say, you know what? But he played 4 games last year. We certainly didn't have enough of a sample size to say those 4 games told me everything I need to know. Now he's played however many games this year, 11, 12? And I don't think anybody knows if he's the guy or not. So there's no way over these next 4 games that you're going to say, you know what, he's the guy, or you know what, he's not the guy.
Yeah.
The Buffalo Bills, if they made a decision after 2 years of Josh Allen, they would have got rid of him because he stunk.
Yep.
He went from a 58% passer to a 69% passer to basically an MVP candidate. I don't know that Jalen Hurts is going to be an MVP candidate every year, but I can tell you after these 4 games, I don't know what I'm going to think of him, but I think I can win with him as long as I have more talent around him. So keep giving him more talent.
Yeah, why not? And look, if you get even 75% of what they got against the Saints, that's obviously the good. Unfortunately, because of the way sports works, you saw the best of Jalen Hurts against the Saints, and you saw the worst of Jalen Hurts against the Giants. And that's the way
but you know what? You saw the worst of Jalen Hurts one time this year. That happens. Players have bad games. They just don't, you don't have 17 good games. He didn't have a game near the Giants game all season long. That's the one outlier this year.
Trying to think if the Chiefs game. No, I mean they put points up. The Niners. Yeah, all right. I'll buy that. I'll buy what you're selling.
I mean the Chiefs game. He had a tremendous game. He threw for 387 yards. He was 32 of 48.
Yeah, there was no defense, is what the issue was there.
Their defense was horrendous in that game.
Defense.
But that's the point. Is he had the Giant game? It's unfortunate, but that's the only game in his entire starting career that he's had.
And you're absolving him in the Niners game, only being able to put up 11 points?
Am I absolving him?
Yeah, because you said we're talking about. You said you don't think there's been another game where he's had a poor game. He was only 12 for 23 in the Niners game for 190 yards. That's not him.
I don't think he played very well in the Niners game. I also thought Sirianni had a horrendous game plan, and I mean he ran the ball for like 90 yards in that game, if I remember.
Right.
So he did have some impact, but you're right. No, he did not throw the ball. And I think of the 190 yards, I think 90 of them came on one play.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that long one. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Well, sure. All right. So listen, can we just get to Friday so I can give you a score prediction and then I can be going to the game like in a day? Oh, by the way, somebody has to work on Sunday. I'm going to the game.
There's news and information.
I can hear that in the background. Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Now you're like Billy. You can't just do the show and get there in time.
Well, not for a 1 o'clock start. No, I can't.
Pete Thompson. Flyers tonight. They've won 2 in a row.
They're red hot, man. Stop the presses. They're red hot. You know, that's the first time they won back-to-back games since like late October. You know, I'm starting to see some stuff about maybe they're buying into what the Mike Yeo system is a little bit. I'm also starting to see some stuff that, I mean, their power play numbers were better on this little road trip. Look, they've got a pulse. You know, they got a little bit of life. They were 3 for 6 in the wins over Vegas and Arizona, and they've had 14 goals over 3 games. I mean, this was a team that, you know, 1-0, 2-0, 0. You know, I mean, they couldn't get over 3 goals, and now 14 in their last 3. They had 5 against Colorado, yes, and a loss, but 4 in Vegas, 5 in Arizona. Even, you know, you take out the outlier is what happened in Newark, but that's who they play tonight, and let's see if they can pay that back, and they're moving in the right direction. Or the other thing that could happen is they've won 2 on the road, and you feel good about them, and then they come home and bleep the bet. We'll find out.
All right, Pete Thompson. Also, you're going to be out and about Friday. We're going to be over at the Bally's FanDuel Sportsbook for a happy hour Friday, and then you're going to be leaving there, and you're going to be back with Screwball again.
Yeah, man. I think I need to get that like beam me up Scotty technology because I'm screwballing everywhere, man. It's that holiday time, and Friday night I'm going to be at the Buy Right in Williamstown, and then on Saturday I'll be at the Joe Canals in Millville. So I mean, I'm having a good time here. In fact, Jen, our promotions extraordinaire, she added another one in there. So they just keep, hey, will you do this? Yeah, sure, I'll be there. And somebody stopped me today at my work and said, PT, tell me the truth. You really like that stuff? And I said, yeah, it's actually pretty smooth. And I talked to him a little bit about the taste of it and whatnot.
Anybody, I mean, look, if you like peanut butter, it's basically like drinking liquid peanut butter. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and especially like to me, and my analysis is like yours. Like I had it straight and it was okay, and I like it just fine. It's smooth, it goes down fine. But when you mix it with stuff, then it's really, really good. The one thing I will say is like, you know, there are people out there like, oh no, I drink my whiskey right out of the bottle. You know, I mean, come on, like, what are you going for? Okay, you going for some courage award or some cowboy award or something like that?
Tip it back right out of the bottle with this though.
Oh, absolutely, you can. Yeah, in fact, I think I've seen somebody do that.
All right, we got a lot happening this week. As Pete Thompson said, we've got the Screwball stuff over the weekend, Friday, Saturday. We've got the Bally's FanDuel Sportsbook on Friday. I'm going to be at Chickies and Pete's, and boy.
But do you know which one?
That's a good question. No,
I always love to ask that question. You're like,
Josh
what day is this?
Josh
October?
told me Atlantic City.
Oh, good. All right. Well, Josh would be in the know.
Possibly.
I also heard him groan when I said that I wasn't going to be able to be there.
Why don't you guys just switch? You work Saturday.
I'm going to be at an event on Saturday. How am I going to switch when I'm going to be at Joe Canals in Millville from noon until 1?
Oh, that's a good point. All right. Well, that's out the window.
Yep. Good idea, though.
All right, PT.
But I'll give him something. He knows I'll make it good.
All right. Did you pay your buy-in for the fantasy league?
Josh, did I pay my buy-in?
You said you did.
I think I was the first.
He actually was literally the first person to pay this year.
Yeah.
Well, I was 1-13.
How'd you do in that league? 1-13.
1-13. I didn't change my. I said I was a bad owner in that league.
But is the one? Wait, I thought you were going to beat Billy. You lost to Billy?
No, I beat Kevin McCormick. Did I win? Did I win that game?
That's
He
the
lost
only one.
McCormick.
Oh, I lost to McCormick.
So you still are 1-13.
So who's your one win? Who did you beat?
I don't know.
I have to go back.
I told one of the guys in the league on my roster, and he's like, "How the hell did you lose with that team?" I had Aaron Rodgers, Dalvin Cook, Austin Eckler, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. I mean, come on, how do I lose with that team?
Sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield.
Okay. All right, PT. Well, I'll see you on Happy Hour Friday.
I'll be there. FanDuel. Looking forward to it.
Pete Thompson, Sports Bash Live,
Mike
97.3 ESPN.
Sports Bash host.
All right, man.
All right,
I'll see you. There's PT. I like this. I mean, sometimes got this text message that I wanted to address real fast. Dan from EHT. I almost don't want to say the gentleman's name because I feel bad because I'm going to eviscerate the poor guy. He says, why isn't the NFL flexing the Bears on Monday night? They had them on Sunday last week and Monday night this week. Come on, NFL. Dan, if you have to ask that question, I question how much you really love the NFL and how big of a sports fan you really are. You know the answer to this question, Josh?
Of course I do. You can't flex Monday night games.
You cannot flex.
You could only flex games that are either in one of two scenarios. It's a Sunday game, and it's a few weeks ahead of time.
Yeah.
Or it's a TBD game that's been predisposed for the Saturday-Sunday, swap.
You cannot flex a Monday night football game.
Correct.
That is why.
You also cannot flex a Thursday night game either.
You cannot flex a Thursday night football game. All right, Rob Body's going to talk a little NFL. Week 14's in the book. Week 15, the playoff scenarios, and more. He's next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. 5:32 here on a Tuesday night. Rob Monty from the Associated Press. Week 14 is in the books, and he joins us now to talk a little NFL, what's happening around the league, which is just log jammed all over the place. Rob, you've been asking the question about mediocrity or parity. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I can tell you these last 4 weeks are going to just be epic. I mean, you're going to have tie-breaking scenarios. I mean, they're going to need those tiebreakers this year, it feels like.
Oh, yeah. And I love how complicated they are, because you go to conference record and then you go to common opponents, only if you had 4 common opponents, and then strength of victory and all of that. So I have fun with it. I enjoy following all of it. And it's going to really come down to in so many different divisions and wild card battles to those final games. And the NFL, Mike, they have exactly what they wanted. They wanted more teams to be involved. And you look around the league right now, in the AFC, there's only 3 teams who are out of it: the Jets, Houston, and Jacksonville. They're the only ones. Everyone else has an actual chance to get in. And then you look in the NFC, only the Giants, Chicago, and Detroit are out. And Carolina and Seattle really need to win out and need some help, but they technically haven't been mathematically eliminated.
Right. And also, I mean, the division on the AFC side, I mean, that North is just a complete mess right now, with Baltimore banged up, Cleveland's back in the mix, Cincinnati's got 7, and Pittsburgh 6-1. All 4 teams over there still have a shot to win that division.
Yeah, and I've been kind of disappointed with Baltimore and their schedule. It's getting tough too. They got to face Green Bay, but I've been disappointed with Baltimore. They've been inconsistent. They've all been inconsistent up and down in that division. So that's going to be a fun one to watch. And look out, even though Tennessee's got a 2-game lead over the Colts, and technically 3 because they swept the Colts, that's still up for grabs. And Thursday night, I'm going to be in LA for Chargers Chiefs, and suddenly that game right there for the division. So there's a lot of intrigue across the NFL, Mike, and I'm not going to give New England the division yet. In the AFC East, though, it's looking good for them after Buffalo lost to Tampa Bay. How about Brady helping out his old teammates?
It's unbelievable. I think the play that he makes, it might have been, I don't know if you tweeted it out or maybe I saw it on television, is he fumbles the ball. He's 44 years old and he gets to the ball before Rousseau does, who's a rookie, and he's strong enough to get it, and then Rousseau can't get the ball away from him. I mean, this guy's going to win the MVP again.
He's on the verge, man, and he had a 12-yard run during that game. He gets all excited about running 10, 12 yards. He's had a handful of those scrambles this year. It's incredible to watch a guy at his age do what he's doing. He's already the oldest MVP in the history of team sports when he won it 4 years ago in 2017 at age 40. And it looks like right now, to me, he's the leading contender to win it this year. And he's not slowing down at all. Although I've been starting to get a sense, Mike, in the conversations and just the way he's answered questions, it seems like even though each week you're focused on a game and an upcoming opponent, somebody will ask him about his future. And I'm starting to get the sense that maybe Giselle she's obviously wanted him to walk away for a couple of years now. I think she might be starting to win that battle. This could be the year, because he keeps talking about the things he's missing at home, and his kids aren't getting any younger, and he knows that he's never going to the love for the game's not going to dissipate. He feels like he can still do it physically, but it's all of these other intangibles that are factoring in. And the more he mentions it, the more I'm starting to wonder, could this be it? So I'm glad I got a front row seat to appreciate it up close if it is.
Okay, so they're right now, they're the 2 seed. If they were to win the Super Bowl, it almost feels like what you're saying. If they win this, he walks away.
I would think. I'm starting to feel that way.
Especially if he beats New England.
Oh, man. I don't know if I can deal with 2 weeks of Brady Belichick leading into that Super Bowl. How crazy will that be? I don't think the Patriots are going to get there, but it wouldn't shock me, man. It wouldn't shock me. I actually think the tougher road is for Tampa Bay. As much as I enjoy seeing what they're doing right now, and I think they're doing a great job, if they have to go to Lambeau again, They beat them last year. I don't think they could do it again in the playoffs. They better hope they somehow get the 1 seed or somebody knocks the Packers off in the playoffs. But we'll talk about that in January. The crazy thing about the NFC, Mike, is I could see the Cardinals winning on the road. I could see the Cowboys winning on the road. I could see them losing. Like, there's a lot of scenarios because all 4 of those teams, and then the Rams, after what they did last night, they put themselves right back in the mix. I could see them going on the road and beating any one of the top 4 teams if they get in as a wild card.
Well, Rob Motti, you tweeted this, and I want to ask you about it because, you put the race for the number 1 seed in there. And as you see your tweet up on the screen, for those of you watching the video, you have Packers, Bucks, Cardinals. Dallas is only 1 game out.
Yeah. I don't think they're in the mix for the 1 seed. I don't see Dallas. I've been kind of concerned about Dak Prescott lately, especially since that hot start, 5-2, 6-2, whatever it was. And then we see at the end of the Washington game, he throws 2 picks. One was inexplicable. I like their defense. I love Micah Parsons. I've loved Micah Parsons since before the draft, Mike, and I just don't feel like the Cowboys are going to compete for the 1. That said, if they get healthy and they get on a roll, I think they could beat anybody. So even though they don't finish at the 1, 2, or 3, they still have a chance if you're a Cowboy fan out there. And as much as Eagles fans hate to hear it, I really think the Cowboys can do that on the road.
Washington, Minnesota, Philadelphia, Atlanta, New Orleans. They all have 6 wins. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams tied for the last spot. I guess the question is, Rob, can any one of those teams win 3 of their last 4?
The Eagles can. I think the Eagles should certainly beat Washington this week. Did you see the COVID list for Washington, Mike? It's at least 9 players right now on defense, 4 or 5 guys who are starters, and the NFL has said they're not pushing any games back. They said that in the beginning of the season. If it gets to a situation where a team doesn't have enough guys to field, they'll let them forfeit and they won't get paid. So forget about pushing this game back. Washington might have to go out there against the Eagles with a bunch of practice squad guys. So I think the Eagles should most certainly beat Washington this week and the Giants the following week. And then it comes down to the last 2 to get that 3rd win. And, they could go on the road and beat Washington again. I don't know what Washington's situation will be like by then. And the Cowboy game at the end of the season, if Dallas is locked into the 4, they got nothing to play for. Forget about integrity of the game. You got to protect Dak and the rest of your guys. Yeah. It'll be backups for them. So I think the Eagles got a shot at 3 or even 4 wins. That's why I feel good about their playoff chances. And I said it last week, and I'll double down this week. I'd be disappointed if they don't make the playoffs.
It's funny you say, forget integrity. I don't know if you saw the New York Daily News called out with Doug Peterson and asked him about that game last year. And he said, you're doing everything you can to win a football game. And when the quarterback gets changed out during a game, things get scrutinized. But I sleep well at night. I'll take it to the grave. We were trying to win that football game. You buying it?
No. Come on, Doug.
He said take it to the grave.
I love you, Doug. You're trying to win a football game with Nate Stinkin' Sudfeld. I'm sure he can't. He can't say anything else. He's not.
Take it to the grave. To the grave.
Yeah, we're trying. Okay, let's break that comment down. I'll take it to the grave that we're trying to win that football game. That's what he said, right?
Yep.
Okay. They're trying to win that football game, but they're not doing everything possible to win that football game. So, yeah, we're trying to win that football game. Of course we're trying to win that football game.
He also said that he definitely wanted to be a head coach again, but he did not want to come back to be a coordinator. So he says, quote, would I love to still be the head coach of the Eagles? Yes. But I'm at peace with everything, and I'm really focused and motivated for my next opportunity where I can take my mistakes, take the things I did well, and learn from them and use them at my next job somewhere. So I would imagine Doug Peterson is going to have a job next year.
I would look at Jacksonville as a potential landing spot for Doug Peterson, especially the way things have gone there. Though I'm starting to think Shad Khan might hang in there with Urban Meyer, and he spoke yesterday, I believe it was, right? Monday. I'm losing track of my days, Mike. Yeah, he spoke. The owner spoke yesterday, saying how you can't just, you have to look at the totality of everything, and you got to give guys an opportunity to rebuild. I would think Doug Peterson should be on team's short list. You got a Super Bowl winning head coach who he's only 5 years removed from winning. And he knows how to build a winning culture. He knows how to handle young players. He knows how to handle veteran players. And he knows how to deal with a tough media environment. There isn't a place that he can go to that's going to break Doug Peterson. If I'm an owner, I'm certainly looking at Doug Peterson. And I think he's going to get that opportunity. Maybe the Raiders, because they got an interim coach in Rich Biashka, and that's a possibility. You're going to have a Chicago as a possibility, because I can't imagine Matt Nagy's going to come back. I would bet on Doug being back in the NFL, and that's a good thing for him, for sure.
Yeah, I would agree. And a lot of the teams you mentioned, Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, you got Fields. I mean, he can walk into a team that already has their quarterback. The Jacksonville thing's interesting because Khan, he is being looked at as like this miserable owner right now, where they own this AEW wrestling, and in that world, they're being looked at as like the greatest ownership ever. Like, people are saying like how well he runs that company, and then the football team, it's almost like they're mocked as like they don't know what the hell they're doing. It's such a weird dynamic that the family on this side for one of their companies is so applauded, and then on the football side, it looks like such a mess.
Yeah, that's an interesting view, Mike. And I know the Sun, right? The Sun really runs the wrestling. AEW, and they've done a good job with that. And the football side of it's been a laughingstock for years.
It's funny because, I called a lot of fights with CM Punk, who said he would never return to wrestling again. And he decided to go back because he said how comfortable he was with the ownership, the way they ran it. In fact, I was just texting with him today because they're coming to Atlantic City, and I'm like, how's everything going? He's like, dude, the guy's great. And I'm like laughing because everything on TV is how bad Jacksonville is right now.
Is he still there? Is he with the AEW CFO, or what's he doing?
He just signed with, he was out for 7 years, and he just signed with AEW about 2 months ago.
Wow. We got to talk some wrestling sometime. I don't know. He's got to be top 10 on my top 10 all interview. Like,
really?
Well, not personal interview. I mean, guys in front of a microphone.
Oh, yeah. He'll be on with me either Thursday or Friday this week.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. I did the play-by-play, and he did the
Mm-hmm.
color for CFFC.
Okay, very cool, Mike. Look at that.
Yeah.
How about you and CM Punk? Yeah, he's got to be top 10 among the best guys. Yeah,
I'll tell you, it
wrestling.
So when I got hired for the job, and he said, "Hey, I want to have you call the fights, CFFC." I said, "I've never called any fights before in my life." He said, "You'll be fine. We're going to pair you up with CM Punk." I was like, what? Of course, he went to UFC. It didn't go out so well for him, but the guy loves MMA. I mean, he just knows he's very knowledgeable about the sport, and he's very good at doing color commentary for the sport. I mean, he carried my ass, I'll tell you that much.
Well, I like that. That's very cool, man. Very cool.
All right, what do we got going on, Faith on the Field?
We're going to be homers this week and go with Devontae Smith.
How about that?
I had a nice conversation with him last night. He's all in on the running the football. He's fine with getting decreased targets, just wants to win, get the W's, doesn't matter. He loves Jalen Hurts, and good things to say about Nick Sirianni too as well. So it'll be a nice conversation with Devontae coming up this week.
All right, you can hear that conversation Saturday morning at 9:00, Sunday at 6:30. Devontae Smith is this week's guest with Rob Motti on Faith on the Field. I also saw you got a quick little catch up with Saquon Barkley. Do you have a message for our Giant listeners?
Yeah, he wants to finish his career in New York. How about that? he's all in on Joe Judge. I said, you guys starting to buy in? He said, buy in. We've been bought in, and he likes Joe Judge 100%. Doesn't want to go anywhere else. He wants to finish his career in New York, and Saquon Barkley he wants to be part of the reason why they turn things around out there.
All right. Well, Joe Judge. I mean, I don't know if they can fire it. I mean, they're paying how many coaches out there? They might have to keep Joe Judge. So
yeah, give him another year.
All right, Rob Monty's appearance brought to you by Resorts Casino Hotel in Atlantic City. All right, Rob, we'll talk to you maybe Thursday. I don't know. It sounds like you're traveling.
Oh, yeah. You know what? We'll figure it out. Thank you.
All right, brother. Take care. Rob Monty, everybody, from the Associated Press. Long time, covered the NFL. Good conversation on everything that's happening in the National Football League. When we come back, we'll close out the show. My final thoughts on tonight. Kevin Durso tonight at 6:40. He previews the Flyers, looking for 3 straight. We'll close out today's show next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by your Delaware Valley Acura dealers. For great deals on Acura's award-winning lineup, shop online, DelValAcuraDealers.com. All right, 5:53, getting ready to wrap up a Tuesday show. This week, we will certainly get more into the Washington football team and the Philadelphia Eagles. That game's on Sunday right here at 1 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow's show, Mike McGarry, Jeff Mosher, Fine Five, Ugly Five, Joe Valerio's back, and then Jeff Kerr will talk a little NFL. So we got that. You got Flyers tonight, Kevin Durso.
I want to throw this your way because I had a conversation with a buddy of mine a week or two ago about this. Because you mentioned about how the Khans own AEW.
Yeah.
And I told him.
Real quick, Shad Khan is the father.
Right.
He is the guy who really runs the day-to-day for Jacksonville.
Right.
His son, Tony Khan, runs the AEW, which I got to admit, I don't really watch. So I'm just going off of what people have said.
I mean, I've watched a few things here and there, and I think it's a fun product.
It seems that it's everybody wants to go there because it's new and it's, from what I understand, it's very well run.
I think it's a fun product to watch.
So what's the question?
So my thing was, I said it to a buddy of mine because we were talking about Jerry Jones. I said, Jerry Jones would have owned a professional wrestling organization instead of like the Khans. I think he would have been phenomenally successful. Do you agree?
Say that again.
If Jerry Jones in the 90s, instead of buying the Cowboys, he would have bought like WCW and gone head to head. I think Jerry Jones would have dominated pro wrestling.
I don't know, man. That is such a intricately unique genre. Just down to how you film it, how you shoot the camera, all that stuff.
I just think Jerry is a master of entertainment.
He might be. That's a good point. All right. Sports Batch is live on 97.3 ESPN. That's it for me, though. Game night's coming up next. I am shot, dude.
You are tired.
Shot.
You've had a long last 24 hours.
Yeah, I didn't sleep well. I have a bloody ear. Something's wrong with my ear. I can't hear. I'm deformed in my ear. What movie is that from? One of the Adam Sandler flicks. I'll do my best tomorrow to come back healthy, ready to go. Josh has game night with Kevin Durso tonight at 6:40, previewing the Flyers and Devils.